It's amazing to see all of these faces. My name is Clayton Freck. I'm the CEO and founder of Angel City Sports, and here's my son Ezra, the inspiration behind Angel City. And I am so pumped to have you all here. I love everything about the Angel City Games. I really do. I love the sport and the special events and the music and everything. But I have to tell you, Resource Night is sort of like my little baby. I really love Resource Night. And a number of the speakers and panelists were here last year, and we had a blast last year. And the really cool thing about this year in the coronavirus world and being virtual is we get to do 3 of them this year. And so obviously tonight we're talking about health and wellness. And in early August for week 2, we're going to be talking about career development. And in week 3, in late August, we're going to talk about education. And, you know, the concept behind Resource Night is we're bringing everybody together for sport, right? We're Angel City Sports. But what else can we do beyond sports to help our athletes and our community live the most fulfilled, optimized, amazing lives? And what I like to leave you all with in terms of sort of a challenge and a way to think about life and disability is start thinking, if you haven't already, about ways that you can turn your disability into an advantage in life. And really the point behind the Resource Nights, the point behind it is to start to aggregate resources and experts and mentors who can help you do that, right? And sort of chart a new path in your life. So that's just what I'm so passionate about. And Ezra's a great example, I think, of a young man sort of turning his disability into an advantage in life and making the Paralympic team last year, which is an incredible accomplishment. But what I want to do is hand it over to Ezra to do a formal introduction of Pau Gasol, who's going to share some remarks. But what's really cool about Pau joining us this year is he and I have had a number of conversations over the years about how to collaborate, because his passion is healthy children, right? And we do have some nice alignment. And with this pivot to virtual games and allowing us to break up the Resource Nights, so we have one night just focused on health and wellness, it was a perfect fit to have Pau come in and share his vision for a healthier world and what he and his foundation are working on. But, you know, Pau is really a dear, dear friend of ours. And I want to have Ezra share a little bit about that personal journey that we've had with Pau.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. I'm Ezra. I'm grateful to be the son of this awesome guy right here who's done so much for the adaptive community. So it's truly an honor to get to introduce Pau, who is one of my favorite people on the earth. And we've been friends for over 11 years now. And it's crazy that our friendship actually started when I was 4 years old. And Pau was my favorite NBA player. I dreamed of meeting him someday. I looked up to him, watched all of his Laker games, and he surprised me on Good Morning America. And I got to meet him backstage for the first time. And it sparked a friendship that's lasted a really long time. And he's given us tickets to come watch him play whenever he's in LA. And our friendship is truly amazing. And when I was really young, he would invite me to the Lakers practice facility back when he was on the Lakers, and I would get to shoot around and play basketball games with him. And what I've learned so much from him, but one thing is he taught me, he would always make me use my left hand. And for those of you who don't know, I have 2 fingers on my left hand. And when I was younger, I didn't use it that much. And Pau really sparked me to begin to start using my left hand more. And when I would play basketball with him at the practice facility, and then it translated continuing on to my life where I started using my left hand more, doing everyday things. And so he's such an inspiration to me for so many reasons. But another thing is just his amazing sportsmanship and the respect he has for his teammates and the people he competes against. So Pau's such an amazing guy. We're so grateful to be friends with him for such a long time. And so with that being said, it's my honor to introduce the 2-time Olympic silver medalist and 2-time NBA champion alongside Kobe Bryant, Pau Gasol.
Hi everyone, it's Pau Gasol. I hope all of you are well and safe during these times, and it's an honor for me to be speaking to all of you. And thank you Clayton and Ezra for giving me this opportunity to be a part of the 2020 Angel City Games. It's quite an honor. So I met Ezra long time ago, it seems now, when he was a part of this. So he went to this Good Morning show, TV show, and his wish was to meet me. So when I walked into a game at Staples Center with the Lakers, they said, "Hey, you're gonna meet this kid. He's very special. He's very excited to meet you." I think Ezra might have been anywhere from 6 to 8 years old at the time, and he was just so special, an incredible energy. He was so excited, which made me so excited to meet him and talk to him. And I remember after spending 5-10 minutes together, and Bahar was also there. I just wanted to embrace him, and he was just always so loving. So I just picked him up, and I walked out of the room where we met at Staples together, just embracing each other and just taking that moment in, which was beautiful. And after that, we've encountered each other many times, and we went to dinner. I've been over in their home, and it's been just a beautiful friendship and relationship. He came to the facility one of the days and was able to meet the whole team, including Kobe, which he was obviously very excited about. And we played games. Ezra has always been super competitive, to the point that he was upset when he wouldn't beat me at shooting or horse or shooting games. It's like, Ezra, you're not supposed to beat me. I'm a professional basketball player. Even though I know you love basketball, and he's been always such a great player. But if you beat me, then there's an issue. I make this for a living. So I feel that was very, very revealing of how hard kind of Ezra pushes himself, how much he has that competitive edge. And what I love about Ezra is also how much he's always try to encourage everyone to give their best no matter what. If you have a disability, you have anything that goes on in your life, if you're different in any way, to embrace that uniqueness. And I always love that, and he's been very inspirational also in my life. I wanted to talk also about my career and some of the I guess concepts and secrets, if you will, of having a long career. I played in the NBA for over 18 seasons. I played 3 seasons professionally in Spain before coming to the NBA. And fitness, strength and conditioning, taking care of my body, basically overall, has been so important. I grew up or in a home with medical doctors. My mom is a doctor. My dad is a nurse. And so they always taught me the importance of taking care of my body, the importance of health. And we always been just so active, understanding how it is important to take care of yourself, to eat right, the importance of nutrition, to have a healthy, balanced diet, to exercise, to be active, not to sit at home too long, not to be too passive, but find that balance, and the importance of exercise, how that so critical, not just for your body, but for your mind as well. I feel like the days that I'm not active, or I don't practice, or I don't train, if I don't train, it's totally fine to take a day off, and it's much needed as well. But if you are not active for a couple of days or 3 days or so, then you start feeling a little antsy, you start feeling a little uncomfortable, even stressed, and it just tells you how important it is to be active, to move, to exercise. Also, throughout my career, I had some injuries, and right now I'm actually in the middle of probably the most challenging rehab that I've had throughout my life, and it's been challenging but part of my work and my routine and my discipline throughout the years, it's been very important to prevent injuries, and to be able to be prepared physically and mentally, so I wouldn't injure myself. Obviously, I played a long time, much longer than the average player, and I've been very lucky. But I've been surrounded with great professionals. I've always understood the importance of taking care of my body. But now, again, there's only so much you can do, and when there's so much wear and tear, you do this for so long at the highest level, things start to break down. But injuries are probably some of the toughest moments in an athlete's career, because it kind of stops you from doing what you love. And if that's what you kind of dedicate your life mostly to it, it's hard. But it also makes you appreciate the times that you are healthy, the times that you are able to perform at a high level, and you work hard. You work hard to get back at it. So this is what I'm doing right now. It's been over almost not a year and a half, but it's getting up there, of not playing a game, and I've gone through 2 different surgeries. I've got screws in my body. I'm doing everything that I can, so maybe I can play a little longer. But more importantly, just to be healthy, right? I mean, I'm thinking beyond my basketball career, and I'm thinking about my health and the quality of my lifestyle in the future. Because again, I put my body through a lot during my career, and it's very important that I continue to take care of it, because we only have one body, and we have to respect it, we have to nurture it, and that's just which is not easy to have in mind, especially when we're young and we have so much energy and so much desire to do so many things. But that's why we have coaches, we have trainers, we have parents, we have teachers that tell us and share that wisdom with us. So just make sure you continue to take care of your bodies and yourselves at all times. And then which leads me to could talk to you about what we do with the Gasol Foundation, promoting healthy habits and battling the childhood obesity pandemic. And I think it's we have 4 pillars that we based our programs on, which is physical activity, healthy nutrition, the quality of rest, how well we sleep, and the importance of it, and the emotional well-being. So Mark and I started our foundation in 2013 in LA. We have programs, in South LA, in Watts, Boyle Heights, East LA, and now we're working with the YMCA's as well in different parts of the city. And we also have programs in Texas, obviously in Spain, and we're just so proud and excited about the work that we do. And we had to also adjust to the current times, just like you guys are doing, by understanding what we're going through right now with COVID-19. And we all had to kind of be creative and find a way to kind of continue to go forward, continue to do the things that we love and that are important in our lives, but in a different way. And that's why the games that you guys are celebrating have to be virtual. I myself, for instance, had to adjust and also kind of be innovative. And I have a basketball academy every summer in Barcelona. We usually have about 300 participants from different countries. But this summer we couldn't celebrate the way that we usually do, and we found a way. And I encouraged my team to find a way to do it, to celebrate it, to get it going. I've been doing it for more than 15 years. So this year was our first virtual edition, and we had more than 5,000 participants from 50 different countries. It was an incredible success. We had so many also players and coaches, men and women. They were incredible from the highest level, and we it's very much likely going to be a permanent virtual edition now. And because we understood that we could have and reach so many kids and participants all over the world, kids that won't be able to travel to Barcelona to be there physically with us in a traditional manner. So again, it's just an example that we have to adjust. We have to not get stuck in our old ways and be ready to pivot to the new circumstances. And right now, with the uncertainty of COVID and the damage that has done, and not just in this country, but all over the world, it's forcing us to adjust and transition and figure out new ways and better ways to continue to move forward with our lives. So with that said, I just wanted to again thank you for having me. I want to wish all the participants the best during the games, during the clinics of this 2020 Angel City Virtual Games edition. I would encourage you to take care of yourselves, but to stay active during the summer, to really pay attention to your health, because it's gonna put you in a better place. It's gonna give you a better quality of life. All right. So again, thanks Clayton. Thanks Ezra for having me. All the best to you guys. Love you and take care.
Me and Pau, we both strong advocates of healthy living and being active.
We as adults and as parents, we bear incredible responsibility. One of the things that kids are facing today is obesity.
With so much going on around us, we're so busy all the time. We lose track in the sense of what are our kids eating at school and how much exercise they're doing.
1, 2, 3, teamwork!
We give them the tools and put the right food and the right activities in front of them for them to be productive.
I felt so excited. We were all running. It just felt great. I just felt like free.
If you can change one child's life, you're already doing something exceptional.
We can make our communities, our homes, our world a better place.
My turn. Thank you so much, Pau. Thank you so much for your positivity. We want to thank also the Gasol Foundation for their support of this year's Angel City Virtual Games Health and Wellness Resource Night. Good evening, everyone. My name is Stacy Schlesinger, and I'm with Angel City Sports. Thank you all so much for being with us here tonight. We have 9 amazing panelists here, and they are waiting to share valuable information with you. Let's take a moment. I'd like to take a moment here to explain to you how we will move to our breakout sessions. Very soon, we will be sharing with you the links that you will need to move to your breakout sessions, and we will put those in your chat window. You should be familiar now with your chat window. If you're not, it is located on the bottom of your Zoom screen. That is down at the bottom. You'll see chat. If you click on chat, a window will pop open, and so when I'm done speaking, we will post in there links to the 3 breakout sessions. It'll be room 1, which will have to do with physical health, and room 2 will have to do with mental wellness, and room 3 with medical care. And those will be posted at the end of when I'm done speaking here. But before we move to those rooms, I want to share with you a little bit about the panelists. Room 1 is going to be Game Plan for Life, Optimizing Your Physical Health. The host for this room is a wonderful doctor by the name of Kris Jones. Dr. Kris Jones is an orthopedic surgeon and a sports medicine specialist. And what is really amazing, he has a long list of wonderful credentials. And I'm going to wait till you get into these breakout rooms so you can learn a lot about what these individual experts in their field do. But notable about Dr. Kris Jones is that he is the head physician for the Los Angeles Lakers, and he is on the physician team for the UCLA Bruins. So he's a wonderful wonderful addition to our team. And he is going to be leading that room with two other wonderful panelists. We have Jeff Lefkovitz, and I believe that he's joined today by another team member from Abilities Recovery Center by the name of Leanne Kremen. Jeff is the founder and CEO and lead specialist at ARC. ARC partners a lot with Angel City Sports. They have a wonderful facility here in Los Angeles that works a lot with individuals with disabilities. Also on this panel is the lovely Dr. Adrienne Youdim, who's an MD with a specialty in weight loss and nutrition. And she is joining this trio. They will address topics such as just the importance for all of us to remain physically active, the importance for movement with people with disabilities, and the importance just in general of living a healthy life. Physical or mental wellness. That room is hosted by Steve Lavin. The importance of staying mentally strong. So Steve Lavin needs no introduction. He is the former coach of the St. John's and UCLA head coach basketball. He's a sports analyst and broadcaster. He will be leading the team of panelists, Dr. Jason Galea, who is a sports psychologist and director of operations at a wonderful organization called Headset Sports. And another panelist, Coach Brian Gallo. He is a wonderful meditation and sports coach. These three will address topics such as maybe some stories about athletes who struggle mentally and emotionally on the court. Coach Lavin will talk a little bit about Wooden's pyramid of success and how that can be applied in all areas of your life. It's really wonderful, and how people can use the power of sport to propel for success in life. Resilience building, how to build self-confidence on the court and off. And Brian Gallo will probably speak a lot about meditation and mindfulness. And in our third room, we have a wonderful team that will be addressing medical care. So we call this room Your Playbook, Optimizing Your Medical Care. Our host is Dr. Ryan Cotton. He is a physiatrist, in specialty of physical medicine and rehabilitation. And also in that room is attorney Connell Doyle, a very, very well-known trial lawyer and advocate for amputees. Does a lot with injury and bad faith insurance claims. And also joined by Dr. Christopher Budakian, Doctor of Osteopathic Medicine. Ryan Cotton and Dr. Budakian work within Cal Rehab, wonderful organization that works with people with disabilities. And they will be talking about how you would approach dealing with selecting a surgeon for major surgery. You will hear from attorney Connell Doyle about insurance reimbursement, how you would approach denials for prosthetic when you're denied prosthetic or other healthcare coverage. Very important topics, and what advice you might need for rehabbing after an injury. So that gives you a little bit of a rundown for the three rooms. And I think that is all for me. And I want to thank you guys in advance for coming and joining us here tonight.
Okay, welcome. Thank you for joining Angel City Virtual Games Health and Wellness Resource Night. I hope you enjoyed our amazing keynote speaker, Pau Gasol. I personally enjoyed learning how he's gone virtual and how he's reaching more kids. So that was really interesting. We are excited to bring you important and useful information and resources. My name is Jody Regan, and I am a volunteer with Angel City Sports. I'll be monitoring this breakout session, which is entitled Game Plan for Life. Before we begin, I just have a few housekeeping items to cover. This session will be a panel discussion and last approximately 30 minutes. Our panelists will introduce themselves and discuss our topic. Our participants, you, will start off by being muted, and if you want your video off, that's fine. You will have the chance to ask questions of our panelists, either verbally or written. If you would like to type your questions into the chat. You can do that at any time. I'll be monitoring it to make sure that the questions are asked in the order that they're received. If you would like to ask your question verbally, then when we get to the Q&A portion, you'll be able to raise your hand and I'll unmute you, or you can unmute yourself. Both the chat and the raise your hand features are on the toolbar at the bottom of your screen. If you don't see the toolbar, just kind of scroll over at the bottom and they should appear. We will also be typing into the chat any follow-up resources our panelists recommend. And if you can save your chat to your device by hitting the save button at the bottom of the chat. But in case you miss it, not to worry, we will be sending the list to your email address after resource night. Okay, there we go. So without further delay, I'm going to turn the session over to our distinguished panel, starting with our host, Dr. Kris Jones.
Hi, everybody. Thank you, Jody, for the introduction. I'd like to thank both Ezra and Clayton for the invitation to join this year. This is my first time actually participating. So I really appreciate the invitation. So I'll give a brief introduction of myself. My name is Christopher Jones. I'm an orthopedic surgeon at UCLA. My specialty is in sports medicine. So as an orthopedic surgeon, I take care of a lot of athletes that have various sports injuries. My particular focus is in the shoulder, elbow, and knee. My practice is primarily at UCLA, where I take care of the athletes there, as well as assist with the direction of orthopedic injuries for the Los Angeles Lakers. So I got into sports medicine a very long time ago as a former athlete. So just like all you guys, I've been very focused on physical health and well-being, and been playing sports since the age of 5. I had my own sort of issues with sports injuries throughout my career. And as I interacted with certain physicians and physical therapists and other people who are involved in the comprehensive approach to getting people back to being active and healthy, I really realized that this was a really rewarding profession, but at the same time, it allowed me to stay involved with athletes and people who I kind of gravitate towards as people who prioritize their health and well-being. So it's been an honor to join you guys this evening, and with that, I will turn it over to our other participants for this particular breakout session. So I'll start with Jeff Lefkovitz from ARC.
Kris, thanks for the introduction. And again, I'd like to thank Angel City Sports. We've been working with these guys in several different ways. One way is for these games, was trying to create, like an adaptive fitness competition, kind of like either a CrossFit competition. We've talked about doing obstacle courses, that kind of stuff, but trying to find a way where people can find ways to compete through fitness. And adding that to the games. I'm with Abilities Recovery Center. We go by ARC. We're a specialized fitness center that works with people who have become disabled following severe injury or illness. Many of our clients, I'd say the majority of our clients, are neurological injuries. So most of them have paralysis of some sort or another. We use a lot of activity-based therapies to help them recover the functions and the movements and the sensations that they've lost. But aside from that, we also do a generalized adaptive fitness. We've held classes in conjunction with Angel City Sports to do these classes, group classes, before the coronavirus kept us all inside. But we're hoping that pretty soon we'll get a handle on all this and we can all get together again and have these classes.
That's great. Thanks for that intro, Jeff. And next, I'll introduce Dr. Adrienne Youdim.
Oops. Hi there, everybody. So nice to be here. First of all, I want to give a shout out to Clay. I was involved a little bit peripherally in the decision or in the conversations around pausing the in real life games and going virtual. And he did an excellent job in leadership in transitioning this to a virtual event kind of seamlessly. So amazing work, Clay, once again. I'm a physician and internist that specializes in clinical nutrition. I practice in Los Angeles, and I also teach at UCLA and at Cedars-Sinai. And I've been involved, I've had the good fortune of being involved with Angel City since the get-go. I've helped man their medical tent, as well as being involved in the resource night last year. So I'm excited to be here and to speak with all of you guys.
All right, perfect. Thank you. So with that, we'll kick off some questions, and I certainly have some very interesting questions that I think I'd like to address and sort of, have it as a way to start a conversation. And I really encourage all of you guys to jump in, and if you have questions that are initiated from something that we're talking about, please go ahead and jump in. So Jeff, I'll start with you. How important is it for people with disabilities to stay physically active, and how should they approach that physical activity with their individual disability in mind?
Well, I mean, so that's a good question, Kris, because most of my clients, like I said, have paralysis of some sort or another. And so we see people that, really have a difficult time being active at all. And so going from basically zero to the function and the activity that we can get, we see a huge difference in their overall health when they become more active. There's, a great quote that says, if it doesn't challenge you, it doesn't change you. And this physical activity, living this healthy lifestyle, we all know that sculpts us, that molds us. You had, or they had mentioned earlier that, just being physically fit, not only does that give you better feeling in your body and more awareness of your body, but mentally it helps you so much as well. And so it's so important for people to keep moving and keep active. It's so easy for all of us or any of us to become inactive and apathetic and not really want to get back into shape. But getting there, staying active, staying healthy is definitely a key for alleviating all kinds of problems with our clients.
Yeah, I think, you're exactly right in terms of all of the benefits that exercise has. And obviously, we're in a time right now where it probably is a little bit easier to be a little bit more complacent, right, with everything that's going on surrounding the coronavirus. Me is working with athletes both at UCLA and in the NBA. Everybody always wants to compare it to, some of the lockout seasons and people being out of their normal physical activity and the normal load that their body sees, and then trying to go back and ramp up activity too quickly. So I would echo those sentiments. As far as the benefits go for physical exercise and an appropriate approach to that. So Adrienne, what is your approach for giving a patient insight into how their nutrition can help them with physical fitness and maybe even being more energetic?
Yeah, so of course, nutrition is such a big part of our fitness, right? And, one thing I want to say is that we can really make an argument for any kind of nutrition. So there's a lot of data and conversation around carb loading, for example, before you exercise or go for a run. I did a marathon maybe 12 years ago, and I remember I was eating pasta and pizza thinking I'm really carb loading. And then last year when I did the resource night and I was doing some research on keto diet because keto was so hot, I found all this data on keto and exercise performance. And so what that really tells me is that you can make an argument for any kind of radical diet or dietary intervention, but my approach is always one of balance. I think all of the macronutrients in a balanced diet is super important, and not only in your health, but also in fitness and your physical performance. And there's a lot of data to support that. And we can get into that a little bit later if you want to talk about protein requirements, etc. But I really think that balance is important, including complex carbohydrates, including a good amount of protein, including, fruits and veggies, which have great nutrients. For example, nitric oxide, which we know is excellent in regards to opening up blood vessels and helping blood flow to your muscles while you're exercising. There's so many supplements out there that promote nitric oxide, but really you can get a ton of nitric oxide from a cup of beets or from leafy vegetables. So I'm also a huge proponent for whole food over supplements. I do want to make one point about supplements because I think it's really important, particularly in the area of sports medicine as well as weight loss. Supplements tend to be highly adulterated. And what that means is that they have things in the bottles that are not necessarily labeled. Sometimes it's I guess by accident or it's unintentional, but a lot of times it is intentional. And when these things are not regulated, but when the FDA picks up these bottles and looks at the contents, they find often that there's things in there that shouldn't be in there. So I just want to caution people in regards to nutrition for exercise, because often that conversation includes supplements.
Yeah, I think you made such an important point of how you can get the necessary nutrients that we need through natural food. Obviously, the natural food is always favored over the supplements for the reasons that you said. How do you approach some of the supplements that we may not be able to get through natural foods as much?
So I think, for example, protein, I think is very important as a food source, so getting it from natural food, but also to be supplemented. We know that athletes need on the order of like 1.2 to 1.6 grams per kilogram. So what that means is, like, if you have someone who's 160 pounds, and I did the calculation here, they're actually 72 kilograms. So they need about 80 to 100 grams of protein per day. And that's kind of hard to get through eating whole food. So for example, an egg is 6 or 7 grams of protein. So that's a heck of a lot of eggs. So I think supplements, like a high quality whey protein supplement is a great adjunct to regular food. And beyond that, I'm a little bit hesitant. There are, like I said, supplements for nitric oxide. There are branched amino acids, which I think are just protein is essentially amino acids, so you can get it from whey. We can talk about caffeine and the benefits. There are caffeine supplements that I totally don't support. I think there's enough downsides to supplements, unless you're getting it from a really good source, that I typically don't recommend it. I really think you can get it from a whole food diet.
Okay, great. Jeff, I was wondering, your work there with ARC. Can you share a miracle story with our people tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I can share some miracle stories, because it's amazing when you see people that can't move and they can't do something, and all of a sudden they can do it. So there's so many levels of miracles, right? We've definitely had people that have been told they're never going to walk again. They may never feed themselves again, and they can now do both. The real miracle is showing up, coming, believing in yourself and showing up. That's the real miracle. And the level of how that miracle grows, is limitless with each individual. Like right now, for instance, I have an individual who came out from New York City, and he has been paralyzed now for over 2 years. When I did my evaluation with him, and part of the evaluation involves trying to help them stand. Part of the evaluation is trying to get their legs moving in kind of a walking type of movement. There really wasn't a lot of energy in the legs. And in fact, they were very flaccid. I don't try to put limitations on people because I've seen so many cool things happen with good hard work. But, in my mind, I'm thinking to myself, I don't know if I'm going to be able to even catch a spark, with this individual, if we're going to be able to get anything. We started working about a month before the COVID shutdown happened. And then now we've kind of come back on and started seeing him. But I'll tell you what, the miracle is I'm stunned. This guy can now stand up for over 7 minutes. And his legs fill up with energy. We can feel the muscles. He's starting to take steps in a walker. And so, count no one out, Kris.
The human body is amazing.
Yeah, amazing.
Absolutely. I see it every day.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So how do you approach rehabbing an injury? Give us sort of like, you know, the 10,000 foot view. I know every injury and particular patient, it should be tailored, you know, the program is tailored to their individual needs, but sort of general gestalt, how do you approach rehabilitating an injury for a patient?
Well, you know, I would say, like you had mentioned, it is different for every individual. And so one of the things that I kind of did is, since most of our clients come to see us about a year or more after their initial injury, I kind of stopped worrying about the mechanism or the cause of the injury and what had happened initially. And I'd start looking at just where are we at right now and where can we go from here? And so after doing a careful evaluation and finding out the individual needs of that person, the rehab is a lot of mindset, you know, keeping people motivated, keeping them in it, and letting them have the opportunity. That's the other big thing. And that's one of the things that I think really sets us apart with our equipment and everything, is that we are able to give people that can't stand on their own an opportunity to stand many times for their first time on their own because of the equipment we have. We can give them an opportunity to stand and exercise, that is doing like resistance exercises and stuff like that, where normally they can't. But we have the equipment that helps them do that. And then also helping them learn how to walk over the ground. We have equipment that helps retrain people in walking over the ground. And so really and truly, our rehabilitation is to give people the opportunity to find their best selves. And so our equipment is really designed to offer that opportunity.
You know, I'm always amazed at,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I'm always amazed at the equipment that I see walking into some of these physical therapy facilities. And I swear, every time I walk in, I see some new toy that somebody has. You know, the level of innovation is just amazing. What is a particular machine that you have found has just been immensely helpul to your practice?
Well, you know what? Actually, I'll show you. I mean, I don't know if this was set up or not, but are you still there? Okay. Yeah, actually, it's this machine right here. I'm going to take you over to it. It's this guy right here. It's called the Moss. I don't know if you guys can see it, but this is the machine. And actually, we invented this machine and developed it for our clients 9 years ago. And it's actually being manufactured now for worldwide use. And so the Moss is a supportive machine that helps people. I'm kind of losing the screen as I'm moving from place to place. The Moss is something that helps people. Are you guys there? Good. Can you hear me, Kris?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Sorry. The Moss is something that helps people do that. It supports them, but not in a harness or anything. It supports them where they're not being held by anything, but if they do fall, there's a safety there. So they can't actually fall. It supports them with what they need, but they're free to move. So it allows them to use their full biomechanics. And so it's just been tremendous. And so we're getting like this individual from New York came out for a study based on it. So it's just been really incredible.
It's cool.
Yeah.
Adrienne, you were going to ask something. Go ahead.
Yeah, I had the chance to talk to Jeff last year, and he's so motivational and inspirational. And I love what he talks about mindset. And I just wanted to share that there's this great study that was done where they took two groups of people and they measured their exercise performance and measured their lung function and their ability to do certain tasks and exercise tasks. And then they told the group that they actually had a genetic mutation that they couldn't exercise. So the mutation they were told to have made them bad exercisers. And they did these tests again, and all of their functional status dropped, even their lung capacity, which is such a physiologic parameter, right? Dropped. And then in another kind of similar exercise, they told people that they actually had a gene that made them amazing exercisers. And these people's physiologic parameters went up. So it's so powerful, really, this thing about mindset. It's not voodoo, but it really does impact performance in a very concrete way. So I like to Jeff, I love that you always share that and you practice that.
Well, and thanks, Adrienne. I appreciate that. It was a pleasure meeting you last year for sure. And that's true. And that's kind of the limitations that I'm speaking of, is giving people the opportunity, because I can say that probably every single person that comes into our clinic has been told that they are limited, that this is as good as it's going to get. This is the way you have to live your life now.
Yeah.
Adrienne, speaking to the importance of, you know, having a sharp mind, what are your tips on sleep? I mean, we know sleep has such an important role in various components of our health and our day-to-day lives. What can you share about sleep hygiene that's out there these days?
Yeah, that's awesome. I'm glad you brought that up, because I actually, when I talk to my patients, I actually say that sleep is another nutrient. I talk about it like a nutrient because it really nourishes our bodies the same way that, or in similar ways that food does. We know that that sleep is important. It's important for cognitive function. It's super important for mood, right? When we don't get good sleep, we're irritable, we're anxious, depressed. We also know that it's important for exercise tolerance and exercise function. On the flip side, sleep deprivation, which is so easy for us these days, right? Like we're all, well, especially now, we're all, you know, wired up. So we bring our work home into the bedroom. And if it's not work, then we're watching Netflix or we're like scrolling Instagram. And all of that is at the expense of our sleep, right? And so they've shown that sleep deprivation actually has really negative metabolic effects on the body. So when they take individuals and they sleep deprive them for only 2 nights, which is nothing. I mean, think about all the nights that you sleep deprived yourself in college or med school, right? 2 nights is nothing. Within 2 nights of sleep deprivation, they've showed that you can get insulin resistance. So your insulin stops working as well. In addition to that, when people are sleep deprived, their hunger hormones shoot up. So you know, our bodies release hormones from our gut and from our fat cells that informs our brain of how hungry we are. And again, they've showed when people are sleep deprived, those hunger hormones go way up. So there's a clear association between sleep and excess weight and obesity. It kind of explains why whenever I did sleep deprive myself pulling all-nighters, I crave donuts the next morning. So it's not me, it's my gut hormones, but there really is something to say for that. And when it comes to young, you know, young adolescents, which I know that there's a lot of young adolescents in Angel City, the sleep recommendations are up to 10 hours a night. I mean, that's a lot of sleep. And I bet if we surveyed our athletes out there, they're not getting that amount of sleep. And it's affecting not only their cognitive function, but also their physiology and their exercise capacity.
Excuse me, I just want to jump in. We have 1 minute left before we open the Q&A session. So, or we can go into the Q&A session now. We've gotten some questions.
Yeah, I see one question here along the lines of sleep hygiene. This is probably directed towards you, Adrienne, since we were just talking about it. What are your thoughts on melatonin?
You know, melatonin it can be a good or a helpful adjunct to sleep. Melatonin and valerian root are 2 supplements that can help with sleep. And I think that if people have exhausted all of their behavioral strategies, that they can use melatonin. And you know, usually I recommend starting at a smaller dose, like 3 milligrams, and never exceeding 10 milligrams. But a couple things to be aware of, that melatonin, even though it's natural, can have some rebound, what's the word I'm looking for? Essentially like grogginess the next morning.
I've noticed that. I've
don't think that just because it's natural, like it's going to wear off naturally. You could take melatonin before an important race and you can feel, you know, tapped out. So keep that in mind. But I also want to say that the behavioral strategies are really important. So don't take melatonin if you're not practicing good sleep hygiene. And just a couple things about good sleep hygiene. Number 1, the screens. I know this has been said and overplayed, but it's really true, that the light on the screens is affecting your natural melatonin release. So don't sit up on a screen all night and then take unnatural or supplemental melatonin when you're suppressing your own natural melatonin, right? The second thing is caffeine. There is some information about caffeine helping exercise performance, but really be mindful of how that affects sleep. And the third point I'll make, and I know there's a session on meditation, but meditation and body scanning is really effective for sleep. So I would recommend good sleep hygiene and incorporation of meditation before we go to supplements like melatonin.
We also had another question earlier from Mike Benning, which is a great question. He wanted to know the panelists' thoughts on sound side overuse and how concerned should you be and what can you do to minimize that?
I'm sorry, Jody, can you repeat that?
Yeah, Mike Benning asked the panelists for their thoughts on the sound side overuse and how concerned should you be? So using the side that doesn't have the injury, overusing it.
Oh, got it.
And how to minimize that.
Kind of like what happened to me a while ago.
Yeah, there's the perfect example right there.
There you go.
The most difficult patient I've ever had to deal with. So yeah, along those lines, overuse injuries, big topic in orthopedics and sports medicine these days. We see it in a lot of adolescents and teenagers, mostly because people are starting to specialize in sports at an earlier age. We know that, the same loads that are applied to a joint, whether that's the shoulder or the elbow, if you're engaged in any sort of overhead athletics like baseball or volleyball, or jumping sports like, certain track events, basketball, the same load on a joint in a repetitive way can cause damage to the bone, the structures of the joint, the ligaments, the muscles, the tendons. So, the way that I approach that particular issue is to, take it back to when, the 1980s, when I was a kid. And it was fairly simple. In the fall, I played football. In the winter, I played basketball. In the spring, I played baseball. And so what I'm really getting at there, I'm not saying that you have to play all those three sports. Obviously, everybody has different interests. But all three of those sports put different loads on my body over the course of 12 months. And so I was able to give, my shoulder and my elbow, for the most part, a big break during football season. And during football season, I'm able to give maybe my knees and my hips and my lower back a little bit more of a break because I'm not jumping as much. So the goal is to just find a way to balance your activity such that you're not placing the same stresses and the same loads on joints over and over and over again. And that's why we see a lot of these, very bad injuries that we used to see in 35, 40-year-old athletes, at the end stage of their career in, 15 to 18-year-old kids. So Jeff, what's your take on that?
Yeah, Kris, I agree with you there. And kind of from the perspective of some of my clients too, one of the things that we look at with exercise is, since most of my clients are in wheelchairs, I know they're doing the pushing motion over and over and over and over again. And so, in order to not overuse joints and muscles and tendons and ligaments that are already being overused, we're going to look for movements that, like you said, balance it out, like the opposite movement, instead of a pushing movement, like a pulling movement, to kind of balance different things out. Also, though, too, for some of our clients, if they are like hemiplegic, meaning like one side of their body is not functioning compared to the other side of their body, they're going to have a lot more use on their functional side over the time of their recovery. We do know that working the good side, there's going to be some transfer of information, about 20% transfer of information down to the offside. So that can kind of help the offside. But again, looking at the activities that you're doing on the daily and balancing that out with, especially like with training and stuff like that, balancing it out in a way to where you're working the opposite muscles and changing the load, just like you did by switching sports.
We also had another question from Gabe. This is for Dr. Jones. Can you share stories about treating athletes?
Yeah, absolutely. I can start with Ezra. they are some of the most rewarding people to work with, because of their dedication and their discipline and their drive to get better. And they challenge you every single day. You give them an inch and they will take an inch and a half. But seriously though, I love working with patients like Ezra. I love working with athletes, both at UCLA, obviously the Lakers, you know, people who are dedicated to physical health, their well-being, sports, competition. I mean, I am rewarded every day when a patient who loses the physical ability to do something, and I am, you know, with my hands, and then obviously with a comprehensive approach with people like Jeff and Adrienne, we get all on the same page and figure out, you know, why a particular injury happened, because it's not always about you know, a particular contact injury. You know, it could have been about sleep deprivation and your inability to train properly, you know, before a particular competition. There's so many factors, if you really do a deep dive into how an injury happened, that play a role. And, you know, me as an orthopedic surgeon, I think, you know, I really enjoy my job. I love working with my hands. I love fixing things, and, you know, to put in a new ligament or repair a tendon is obviously very, very rewarding. But, you know, there's so much more that goes into it and making somebody better and getting them back to doing what they want to do.
That's great. Thank you. Let me see if there's any more questions. We have just about a minute before we're going to.
Actually.
Okay,
So,
go ahead.
So my mom is actually on this call, and I've been curious about getting the high altitude training masks. So to enhance training, and I've been looking into it, and my mom we haven't done enough research to know, you know, if the side effects, whatever, if it's healthy or not. I was just curious what your guys' thoughts were on like the high altitude training masks that some athletes use in order to, you know, further enhance their training. So I was just curious what your guys' thoughts were.
We have about a minute.
That's outside my wheelhouse, so I don't know if Jeff has some comments.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like we're doing that right now if we're training with the mask on. You know, it's making it hard for us to breathe, and that's what a lot of those do. I really, personally, I would say there's no substitute for training in altitude, and wearing a mask that kind of limits the amount of oxygen you can take in at a time probably is just not going to be as effective. So that would be my opinion. I don't know. Kris, do you have another idea on that?
Yeah, I don't have much experience with that. I know, you know, at our level, in the collegiate and professional level, a lot of our guys, we haven't sort of moved to using that as a way to increase function. But I can look into that for you, Ezra. I know a lot of people who can give me the right answer so that we can get that info for you.
And on that note, I'm going to start wrapping up this session. Okay, so without further delay, I'm going to turn the session over to our distinguished panel, starting with our host, Dr. Kris Jones. Dr. Jones, take it away.
All right, thank you. This is take two. So my name is Christopher Jones. I am a orthopedic surgeon at UCLA. My specialty is in the field of sports medicine. So what that means is I have specific expertise in arthroscopic surgery, minimally invasive types of procedures. I deal with a lot of injuries like ligament tears, tendon tears, cartilage tears, and things like that. As a sports medicine physician, we also have additional expertise in taking care of sideline injuries. And so a big portion of my day-to-day is spent taking care of athletes on the sideline. So both for UCLA and the Los Angeles Lakers, I'll be at games and be available for when things happen that need to be addressed urgently. So I've been in practice now for approximately 8 years. My entire career, I've been at UCLA. I've been very fortunate to work at an academic institution where I'm also involved in research, and get to work with a lot of amazing people to come up with a lot of innovative ways to advance our field of sports medicine. So with that, I'll turn it over to two more people who are involved in the area and experts in their field. So we'll start Dr. Adrienne Youdim.
Hi, everybody. I'm so happy to be here again. So my name is Adrienne Youdim, and I have been involved with Angel City since the very beginning. So it's very exciting for me to be here. I did want to give a shout out to Clay that I did last time. I don't know if you heard, but you did such an amazing job really being proactive with the games and shutting down the IRL version when there was so much uncertainty, and also in transitioning it so seamlessly to a virtual game. So major kudos to you. My practice is in clinical nutrition and obesity. I have a specialization in both, and I also teach medical students at UCLA as well as my colleagues at Cedars-Sinai. And so I kind of do everything. I eat, breathe, sleep, kind of health and wellness. And as we talked about in the last panel and I'm sure we'll get to it on this panel, I have kind of a holistic approach to nutrition. And in that, I include things like sleep as a nutrient, as well as emotional well-being and meditation as a nutrient, just like we talk about protein and macros and all of that stuff. So I think it's important to have this well-rounded thought process about how we are nourishing our bodies, particularly as athletes.
All right, perfect. Thank you. Jeff, I'll let you go next.
Hey, thanks, Kris. First off, shout out to Clayton and Angel City Sports. Thanks, guys, for putting this together. This is great. We've been working with Angel City Sports over the last year, and part of this time through quarantine and trying to develop more adaptive sports and adaptive fitness for people. I'm with Abilities Recovery Center. I'm the owner of Abilities Recovery Center. And our facility works with people who have become disabled following a severe injury or illness. We're a specialized fitness facility offering exercise and activity-based programs in order to help them regain and restore function. We're also doing classes. Well, we were doing classes, live classes, where we're doing adaptive athletics and fitness. And so looking to develop that program some more.
All right. Perfect. Well, along those lines, Jeff, can you speak to how important it is for an individual with maybe like a physical disability or some sort of movement impairment to stay active, stay moving? And you know, obviously, I think we know what the answer is, but how do you approach that particular patient and their individual disability and counseling them for how to do it safely?
Yeah, and so thanks, Kris. There's with our clients, most of them do have neurological disabilities. So many of our clients are paralyzed in some form or another. And so most of them have difficulty moving or getting enough activity on their own. And so when we see them, we're seeing them at, you know, very little activity or almost zero activity. And so we see a huge difference, you know, when they do become active and when they do become functional again. And so we see people going, you know, basically from zero to like whatever their limit could be or limitless. We see people becoming much healthier, much better through their activities. We, of course, try to keep everything safe. And as people are becoming more active, whether you do have an injury or you don't have an injury, you need to be aware of your body. You need to be aware of your mechanics and stuff when you are doing your exercises. And so we coach people a lot on their mechanics. So if somebody has a certain disability or even somebody that has a certain injury, we're going to look at that injury and how it's affecting their function and then work around that injury so that while they are getting better, they're not adding to the injury, if you understand what I'm saying. Trying to find different movements that kind of pull away from things that might be causing pain or causing injury so that they can not only get gains, but they can enjoy it while they're doing it.
You know, what we'll use for some athletes prior to a season, both at the collegiate and the professional level, is something called a functional movement assessment. Is there anything that you use that may be similar to that with your patients? I know it just kind of gives you a baseline sense of where people are starting, such that you can not only, number one, maybe explain why an injury has happened, you know, maybe a stress fracture in the left foot, and you find out that, you know, using a functional movement assessment, someone is a little bit more dominant on the left side, and when they land from a particular jump, they're placing more of the weight on the left side. Is there anything that you use on a day-to-day basis? You have so many toys there in the background that are helpful for your patients that you have found pretty amazing.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I say the biggest tool would be the knowledge of your biomechanics, of what you have going on right now, and what would be an improvement in those biomechanics. And so my background, I started off as a chiropractor, so seeing imbalances and seeing functional differences, and I worked with many athletes as well, seeing the imbalances and seeing how that can impact stress in so many ways really showed me a lot about movement. In the neuro world, when we're looking at people that have paralysis or nerve injuries, those imbalances, those biomechanical imbalances offer an extra challenge. So think about it this way. The nervous system, it's kind of a yin energy. It's a subtle energy. When it gets to its endpoint, when it gets to the muscle or the action that it wants to do, it's very powerful, but it's a quiet energy. It's not like you can feel your nerve energy going on in your body all the time. You just can feel the consequence of it acting, right? You can feel the muscles contract, or you can feel the movement. And so if the person's body mechanics are lopsided or off a little bit, in order for that nerve flow to get there, it's going to be impeded in some way, and it's not going to be as strong as it can be. We see that not only with injured people, but you can almost test that on yourself if you don't have an injury. Like, try to pick up something really heavy when you don't have a good grip on it. It's like your body can't commit 100% to the movement because it knows, oh, I'm going to drop this. And so if our mechanics are off, if our brain is telling us that something's not working correctly, then that's absolutely going to affect the outcome of our movement.
Yeah, no, all great points. Adrienne, can you speak to how you counsel people regarding their overall approach to nutrition and how that plays a role in their whole well-being and living a healthy life?
Right. So, I mean, nutrition is obviously super important and key to not only wellness and well-being, but also to functional capacity and fitness and exercise tolerance and all that good stuff. We were discussing in the last panel that, you can really make a case for any kind of dietary intervention. There's lots of data for carb loading, for example, before big races or big events. And last year, when I was doing some research for our last resource night, I was looking into the keto diet because it was so, hot and heavy at the time. And I found all this data that supported keto diet for, exercise and performance and function and all that stuff. So really what that tells me is that, number one, that everyone can make a case for like what they're trying to promote. And it also tells me, it really makes a case for balance. And my approach is really a balanced approach to diet and nutrition. I don't favor any kind of radical strategies. I think that the tried and true methods of adequate protein, and yes, in the case of athletes, you guys need more than the average person, complex carbohydrates to give you those glycogen stores, as well as to give you easy and sustained rise in energy, as well as all those vitamins, minerals, and antioxidants that you get from fruits and vegetables that just can't be encapsulated in little pills or supplements. So I'm a big fan of whole food and nutrition. And one of the things that I brought up last time is, nitric oxide, which there's a lot of data on nitric oxide and the benefits in exercise. And you can get nitric oxide in various forms and supplements out of foods. But really, you can get nitric oxide out of whole foods. And first, I should just say what it does. It does help muscle function. It helps the muscle's ability to extract glucose from the system or from the body, so it's more efficient, as well as it dilates blood vessels so you get more flow. So all good things for exercise and for exercise function. But you can get the most nitric oxide out of beets, for example. So incorporating lots of fruits and vegetables, different colors, all the colors of the rainbow, you're getting different nutrients and different antioxidants that really have a concrete impact on your physiology.
Are there any resources that you point your patients to? Because I know, sometimes it's hard to figure out what foods are rich in what nutrients and what you should be shopping for when you're looking to supplement your diet in some way? Is there anything that you point your patients to when you counsel them?
I'm trying to think, because it's so varied. You know, what's out there is so varied, and also, you know, there's different needs for different people. So, like for example, the exercisers will need maybe 80 to 100 grams of protein, while the RDA for the average guy is like 45 to 60 grams of protein. So there aren't, I can't think off the top of my head for any good resources. But I'm going to think on it a little bit because it is the end of the day and I can send it over to Angel City. What I would say though is really be careful of searching the internet. It's something we all do. I mean, Google is our best friend. And not to get political, but if there's any time that has shown us that anyone can put anything out there in the universe and it can be taken for fact, now is a perfect example. So really be careful with supplementation, particularly when it comes to weight loss and exercise, because those are the two areas in which the supplements tend to be most adulterated, which means that they have ingredients that are not expressly stated in the label. And when they go and they actually pick up supplements off the market in the area of weight loss and sports medicine, they have often found things like ephedra and bitter orange. These are things that have been banned in the United States because they can actually kill people. And so not to be overly dramatic, but just be knowledgeable about your source of information and your source of products and supplements.
Yeah. Very true. I mean, I have so many patients who come in to see me, you know, with, you know, this stack of paper in this hand and this stack of paper in the other hand. And like you said, you know, it is so easy to find conflicting evidence on the internet. So you just have to make sure that, you know, your source of information is someone that you trust, right? You know, if you have a relationship with your physician, if you have a relationship with your physical therapist, whoever it is, you know, your athletic trainer, these are people who are good resources, who are trained in, you know, to be experts in what they do, and really should be the source for you to go get your knowledge and you know, read everything what you see on the internet with a little bit of a grain of salt, because it's not always what it seems to be. So Jeff, I'd love for you to share you know, a miracle story from a patient that you worked with. Don't deprive our panel, our people on this particular panel of showing them one of your toys either. We got into Jeff showing us some of his exercise equipment back there. Please maybe show us one of those toys.
Okay, yeah, well, I'll show you some of the toys. I mean, we've got a lot of great equipment here to help people really have an opportunity to find what it is that they can do. And so one of the great things that we are able to do here is give people who can't stand on their own because of paralysis a chance to stand, and also a chance to stand and exercise. And then we also can give them a chance to take steps over ground, to walk safely over ground. And so one of the pieces of equipment, I can turn this right here, I think. There's that red machine right there that you see, that's called the MOS, that's down there. A person can actually get into that machine, and it helps support them if they needed to be supported. But as the therapist, we can give them the bracing or anything that they need, oftentimes helping to hold their knees stable or something like that. So they're able to stand and weight bear for good bone and joint health. They're able to exercise to build their muscles, to do resistance, and they're able to walk, which fires up the nervous system tremendously. If you've had a nervous system injury that's led to paralysis and you haven't had a chance to stand and walk, you need to have a chance to stand and walk. And so that being said, you know, I actually have, I have lots of miracle stories, and it's just a whole range of stories, whether it's somebody that's gone from wheelchair to walking, that's told that they're never going to do that again, to people that start to get movement or feeling or function that they didn't have before. You know, being able to have bowel and bladder function or better bowel and bladder function is life altering for many of my clients. And so, like, for instance, one of my clients who's actually come out here from New York City, when we did our evaluation on him, he's paralyzed from about the waist down. And when we did our evaluation on him, what I felt as far as the energy in his legs was really not very much. His legs were very flaccid. There wasn't a lot of energy. He's been paralyzed for over 2 years. And he was told, you know, you're never going to do this again. We've only actually been working for a short period of time, but giving him an opportunity to weight bear and an opportunity to walk under his own body weight and not in a harness, he's actually regained so much energy that it is a miracle in itself that he's now able to stand for over 7 minutes on his own, and he's just starting to take some steps in a walker. And so, you know, just in a short period of time, the real miracle is the people's drive and their desire to get better and their belief, you know, in doing that.
Yeah. You mentioned the importance of exercise and load for joints. You know, I think it's pretty well established how important it is to moderately load joints to keep both bone and cartilage healthy. I, as an orthopedic surgeon, always get the question, what supplements can I take to improve my cartilage health and to improve my bone health? So along those lines, Adrienne, can you speak to that? How do you counsel a patient that may have that question?
Didn't I just finish saying I don't like supplements, Kris? Why you gotta throw me under the bus? I've said that like 10 times.
Well, in a holistic way, though.
But okay.
That's what I meant.
But okay. So, you know, when it comes to joints, actually, there is some data for glucosamine chondroitin in severe joint issues and severe arthritis. It's not really a preventive supplement, so I don't recommend it for people who are just trying to prevent injury, but it can provide help if there is a severe joint injury or severe joint arthritis. I'm also a huge proponent of protein. We talked about it also in the last session, high quality protein supplements as an adjunct to regular, you know, protein that you're getting from conventional food. I was mentioning that depending on the weight of the individual, and you can calculate your protein needs by multiplying your weight in kilograms by about 1.3 to 1.4 to see what protein needs are. And so for an older adult who's about, you know, 180 pounds, it comes out to about 80 to 100 grams of protein. And that's hard to get from food sometimes. An egg is only 6 to 7 grams. A spoon of peanut butter is only 2 grams. So sometimes, you know, it's helpful. And the reason why that's helpful as a supplement when it comes to bones and joints is that, as you know better than I do, healthy healthy muscle mass is very important to preserving bone structure and even bone mass. So the two go hand in hand. A little bit about calcium. I mean, you can get calcium through supplementation, but again, there have been downsides. They've shown that maybe calcium supplements cause calcium blockages in the heart, in the arteries of the heart. The truth is that you can get calcium in a lot of different ways, not only dairy, but even a cup of broccoli can give you 1/3 of your daily requirements of calcium. So again, I'm going to go back to what I said before, which is you can supplement, but you can also get it from food.
Yeah. What about collagen? There's a lot of people talking about collagen these days. What's your take on that?
Yeah, collagen is a tough one because we don't have as much data on like the extraction and on the form, you know. So when it comes to like the protein powders, we have more information on like plant-based proteins versus whey protein versus, you know, how they extract the whey. Is it microprocessed or microfiltered? And so we know, for example, in the case of protein, a high quality whey is going to be the best for muscle building, superior to pea protein or plant-based protein. So if you can manage it, that's what you should get. And really it's the same for like the branched amino acids and even collagen. You're getting what you need from that protein powder. And so because that's best studied, that's really what I fall back to.
And Another question on sleep hygiene. We got into this in the last panel, and I thought you had some really important thoughts to share. So, how do you approach sleep? How do you counsel your patients on sleep and why it's important? I think, in this day and age, we're all glued to the screen. This is how we communicate. Look at us right now. Here we are glued to another screen. How do you or counsel your patients on how important sleep is?
Yeah, I talk a lot about sleep, and I offer it as another nutrient, as another way to nourish your body, because it really is important. And it is the one thing that goes first when people have extra work or extra homework. The sleep gets cut when they want to socialize or check out on Netflix or social media. Sleep is the first thing that gets cut. And also when people are training, you're trying to get in the maximum amount of training in a day. And so what suffers consistently is the sleep. And our studies show that sleep actually has a very important metabolic function. Not only is it important in kind of like your mood, your energy level, it's clear that if you don't get adequate sleep, then your energy is not going to be as high, and that over time will ultimately affect exercise performance. But we also know that it really affects metabolic function. So for example, an example that I brought up in the last session is that they did a study in which they sleep deprived people for only 2 nights. And in 2 nights of sleep deprivation, they found that people were insulin resistant. So they developed insulin resistance within just 2 nights of sleep deprivation. The other thing that can happen in terms of metabolic health is that hunger hormones, so our hunger is regulated by hormones that are released from our gut, from our stomach. And again, we know that 2 nights of sleep deprivation can increase hunger hormones. So people physiologically feel hungrier and are eating more. And of course, it's also associated with excess weight and obesity. So there's a lot of metabolic benefits to good sleep. And the strategy that I recommend, yes, there are supplements that can help with sleep, like melatonin or valerian root. But again, I recommend behavioral strategies first. So good sleep hygiene, which means shutting off the screens at least 1 hour before bedtime. 2 would be ideal. The second is limiting caffeine to really the earlier part of the day so that it doesn't affect your sleep. The third is really leaving sleep or leaving the bed for sleep. So we tend to bring our computers and our laptops and all these other things into our bedrooms. And that kind of messes with our head because now we're associating the bed with other activities. And so it does result or can result in insomnia. And the last point I'll make about sleep hygiene is meditation, and particularly body scan meditation, which is really super effective for sleep hygiene. And I just want to point out there's an app that I use sometimes for meditation, which is called 10% Happier. And they have different coaches. One of the coaches is actually George Mumford, who is was the meditation coach for many of the NBA athletes and also the football athletes. And so, and he has sleep meditations on there too. So this is something that's tried and true. And if you actually talk to athletes or if you talk to their coaches, it's something that is really implemented in the regimen, that being the meditation. And so that would be just another pillar that I would add to good nutrition, sleep hygiene, and emotional well-being.
Yeah. I don't know. I recently saw a commercial where LeBron was advertising for Calm. The app, the meditation app, Calm. And apparently he swears by it. So I actually downloaded it because a friend of mine told me that it helps her 5-year-old go to sleep faster. So we've been trying to use that to get our toddlers to go to sleep and practice good sleep hygiene, which has been crazy these days.
Okay, and I want to tell you that it doesn't necessarily get better when they get older, because
I can't imagine. Yeah.
a 12-year-old and a 16-year-old running around at 2-3 in the morning in the house. But I will say that with my 12-year-old, he was also having trouble with sleep and with insomnia. And we started doing body scan meditations at night, and it really was helpful. So I think all ages can benefit from this for sure.
What about those people? I mean, as physicians, I can tell you I have so many friends who tell me, oh, I don't have any trouble sleeping. As soon as my head hits the bed, you know, I'm out like a light. No matter whether or not I watched the movie, you know, in the bed or was on my computer for an hour before, it's still disrupting the quality of the sleep, correct?
Absolutely. So they say that if you have adequate sleep in your life or in your day-to-day, that it should take you about 15 minutes or so, plus or minus, to wind down, to kind of shut off all those active centers in the brain and to help you sleep or to get you to sleep. So if you're falling asleep like instantaneously, then that's just another marker that you're not getting adequate sleep.
Right.
Dr. Jones, we have a couple of questions if you wanted to jump to the Q&A early.
Yeah,
we've
let's
got
do
about
that.
2 minutes. Okay,
Sure.
so I'm looking at the chat because I think they pertain to Adrienne. Question is, would a paralyzed athlete require the same amount of protein? Wait, I've lost it. As a person without a disability? That's the first question.
So I will say that they've shown that reduced activity and in the case of paralysis, like being bedbound, paralyzed or not, people will reduce or will lose muscle mass within 24 hours of being in bed. So when they look at people who are ill and in the hospital, within 24 hours of hospitalization, they're starting to lose lean body mass. So to extrapolate from that, yes, I think that they would require more. And the other point is that if there's an active injury or an acute illness, then the protein requirements increase as well. So those are two areas to be mindful of.
And then the other question was, what about TBI people? Elizabeth Roth is asking, are nutrition needs different? And
Elizabeth, yeah.
And
sorry?
then, no, I'm just saying, Elizabeth's asking if it's different for TBI people, are the nutrition needs different? And then Elizabeth has a question for Jeff.
Well, I was about to turf this to Jeff because I really don't have that much experience with TBI. And so I'm sorry, Elizabeth, I can't answer your question. I wonder if Jeff has some experience with that he can share.
Are you guys ready? Yeah, so I would say that the nutritional requirements are the same for somebody who's injured as somebody who's not injured if they're an athlete. You know, if they're being active and they're being an athlete. And certainly if you are in the process of healing, you're going to have a higher protein requirement for sure. So TBI clients, they would need to have good nutrition too. And in speaking to Adrienne's comments before, it's something that is unique to each individual. And so you need to have a nutritionist really work up what that individual's needs are and finding out what it is that person is going to benefit from the most. And so again, it's not really injury specific, it's individual specific, I would say, with nutrition as well as exercise.
You know, I will say, speaking of supplements and personalization of nutrition, there are certain vitamins and minerals that are widely deficient in the general population, including athletes. I know that when I was training for the marathon, so I was out running 40 plus miles a week, I was still vitamin D deficient. And vitamin D is a vitamin that we get from sunlight. Sunlight kind of facilitates this reaction in the skin that gives us vitamin D. And despite that being out in the sunlight for so many hours, I was deficient. And this is really what we're seeing in everybody across the board, even in sunny California. Now, why is vitamin D important? Vitamin D's primary function is to help bone mass. So without vitamin D, you can't absorb calcium as effectively. And if it goes on for many, many, many years, you can actually get osteoporosis or rickets or thinning of the bone. So it is important in bone mass. But the other interesting thing about vitamin D is that it has been linked to so many other ailments and conditions, including metabolic disease, diabetes, mental health conditions like depression. So it seems to be an active player in many physiologic processes. I think the average person can probably get away with having 1,000 to 2,000 of supplemental vitamin D that can be purchased over the counter. But keep in mind that vitamin D is a fat-soluble vitamin. And so it can cause toxicity because it stores up in the fat. And so again, to the point of specialization, that is something that can be tested in every individual. And I actually check my patients annually, their vitamin D levels. And you can have a tailored dosage based on what your blood levels are.
And in athletes, college athletes, I should say, when they come to either the NBA combine or NFL combine for different assessments, a laboratory assessment is a part of that. And there was a recent study that showed at the NFL combine that 80% of NFL combine participants had abnormal vitamin D levels. Yeah. These are your, creme de la creme of college athletes showing up to participate in the 40-yard dash, the bench press, all these things that they've trained so hard for. And it's obvious that, despite all this training, despite all this time that they've put into being in optimal shape, that, they're still missing something. And we know that vitamin D, like you said, is so important for various things. And in my field, we link it to poor bone health, so people who have come in with a stress response or a stress fracture, it's the first thing I think of. In addition to, Jeff, like you said, looking at movement patterns and the way that your biomechanics are affecting that particular part of your body. And then muscle strains. We know that people who have low vitamin D, athletes are susceptible to increased muscle strains and muscle injuries, hamstring injuries, hip flexor injuries, those types of nagging injuries that can keep you out for several weeks. So, that's just such a low-hanging fruit, right? Vitamin D compared to some of the other things that we were talking about. But yeah, all great points.
Excuse me, Elizabeth, you wanted to ask Jeff a question?
If I could.
Of course.
Hi. Jeff,
Hi.
I've been in some of your classes.
Oh, great.
With Angel City. And my dream is to be able to get to LA and work with you because I have a traumatic brain injury that had me pretty much paralyzed, blinded, and I couldn't speak and I couldn't use my hands. And it's over 10 years now, and I've never had any rehab, any therapies, anyone who knew about what you're speaking of, because in my area they just don't believe that after 6 months you can heal in any way. And I've never been able to get it. I was an athlete before, so I have an athlete's mentality, and I don't listen to that negativity. But I'm so inspired by what you're doing, and that to finally meet someone who's not going through it, who believes in this type of rehab. So I don't have any doctors. I don't have any therapists. I've been healing myself on my own. One thing that was going on was that they just put my hands on boards with Velcro to hold them open. And I've gotten myself to this point. This is pretty much what I can do with my hands. But so I'm listening to what you're saying, and I'm wondering now, like with COVID especially, so I don't have anyone to supervise me. And I'm just chomping at the bit always to get back into athletics and to do anything I possibly can. But there's absolutely no one to do anything with me. And I'm an inland empire. There's just nothing here. So the question is, realistically right now, do you have any insight or advice for me to try to get going, that to do something now? Because I'm not getting to move. I'm not getting any opportunity for exercise that I could just do, because I have at certain points when I've gotten to be able to get some movement going, I get too excited and I went too far, and then I made a huge setback. So I'm just wondering, what can I do so that I can move forward, even in my own limited way right now, without doing anything to put myself.
Yeah, and I do remember in some of the classes, like with Elizabeth, like describing, because of the visual impairment, describing everything that we were doing, because we were doing classes over Zoom. And so right now, it's really super challenging for a lot of our clients, like you, Elizabeth, in getting the therapy they need, because a lot of places like our place, we have to open and close with these mandates because one, we're a fitness facility, and two, when you've had the neurological injuries, it often affects diaphragm and often affects lung functioning. And so it's a really high risk for our clients to come in and to get out in the world and do stuff. And so we definitely offer some private Zoom training. And I know that there's some other places that do that. Tomorrow, I'm really super excited. I'm not sure if you're signed up. I think we've got like 50 or so people signed up for our,
I'm signed up.
our morning exercise at 10 a.m. And so, you know, be on the lookout for those. We're going to keep on trying to post stuff. We have stuff on our website, and there's other places and facilities that do similar stuff like ours, where you can look up, you know, like TBI recovery, spinal cord injury recovery, those types of things. And you might be able to get some insight from those sites as far as videos that they may have. Now, with the visual impairment, it may be difficult to have somebody really explain it. And that's why, you know, that extra level of having some personalized attention for the individualized care that you need, it would probably be best, you know, where somebody can kind of talk you through it, if you know what I mean.
Of course. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, you got it, Elizabeth. Good to see you. I'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
We have time for maybe one more question. We're going to be wrapping up in a couple minutes. Does anybody have a question?
I just have a question bouncing back to like protein. This has like been so much on my mind lately because I played basketball in college, and so it was pushed into my brain like protein, right? Like to be able to maintain that balance and whatnot. And now like I still work out, but obviously not intensely as college sports, right? Like nothing compared to that. And just hearing about how like actually like protein can be damaging in that sense, and just transitioning your nutrition to a different level and just having that balance. And I was just curious, like any tips on kind of like ways to better balance that, or like if it is necessary for me to have protein as much as like they have said before, even transitioning out of sports and whatnot. So
yeah, I know a lot of the conversation in this particular section was around promoting protein, and I do think obviously it's important, but I hope it also came across that that I don't recommend an unbalanced diet, that I think a balanced diet is really important. And usually the way I look at it is, you know, I want one part of the plate to be protein, and my goal is about 20 to 25 grams of protein. And if you're bigger, you know, you have bigger body mass, maybe 30 grams of protein per meal. But I also recommend complex carbohydrates. So I always recommend things like quinoa, grains like quinoa or farro, beans like garbanzo beans. A cup of garbanzo beans, by the way, gives you about 20 grams of protein. So you don't only have to get it from animal sources. And then finally, I recommend half the plate to be fresh fruits and vegetables, and of different colors, because again, every color is coming from a different antioxidant, vitamin, mineral, micronutrient that you can't get necessarily from supplementation. And so I do really promote a lot of balance. An interesting kind of side note is that, you know, a few years ago or many years ago, there was a big hullabaloo about eggs and egg yolks and its relationship to cholesterol. And so everybody was avoiding egg yolks like the plague, including young women who had really no cardiovascular risk. So they really didn't have to worry so much about their cholesterol as young childbearing age. And then they found that, you know, the choline, which is a nutrient that is almost exclusively in egg yolk, was reduced in these mothers, and choline is an essential nutrient for brain development in utero. So, you know, again, it's all about balance. These swings in our pop culture about, or in our culture about what's okay with nutrition. I think what we know about nutrition, we always knew. I hate to say this, but what our moms told us, it's really tried and true, and there is truth behind it.
I just want to begin by, thanking, obviously, the organizers and all the people here for allowing me to participate. And I was able to last year, but now doing it virtually, kind of a new realm. And keep in mind, I'm 55 years old, so cooking a chicken pot pie in the microwave is a great accomplishment. But now interacting with Zoom and so inspired just to be a part of this. And I want to begin at the outset. It's kind of counterintuitive, but I want to give my email and my phone number, my cell phone, because I know inevitably from last year's experience, which was wonderful and inspiring, that there's so much territory we're going to cover, and inevitably there's questions that I'm going to have with people that I interact with tonight, and you may have questions as well in terms of the people that are participating. So my email, this is again for down the line, anytime you want to hit me with a question for some of the things we're talking about in terms of mentoring, advocacy, and things that sometimes hit you a day or a week or a month later, don't hesitate to reach out. I'm a big texter any time of the night, and also eventually after texting, we can get on the phone and talk or even meet. So my email is coach, C-O-A-C-H, Lav, L-A-V, at yahoo.com. So again, honored to participate. And I know we want to get to, the two esteemed colleagues, and I'm looking forward to hearing what they have to share. And also the question answer segment. We'll get to that as well. So there were a couple of things that I thought about sharing and I was encouraged to share. And one is Coach Wooden. For those that don't know, I coached at UCLA for 12 years and was able to spend a lot of time with Coach Wooden, who was a master teacher. He was an English teacher. His love of language was probably equal to his love of basketball. And he had a model that he used, I call it like a compass or a tool that helped him navigate life. Coach Wooden, for those that don't know, was born in 1910 and he passed away in 2010. He was on this planet for 200 years. So he clearly showed the ability to adapt when you're on the planet for 100 years and you're successful as he was. He won 10 national championships at UCLA. And the pyramid of success was basically an instrument or a tool that he used, and then he shared with his colleagues, with his athletes. And to this day, it's still used. He passed away, as I mentioned, in 2010. But it's basically, and again, if you haven't had access to seeing the pyramid of success, it's something I can help with in terms of making sure you get a copy of the pyramid of success. But they're basically the virtues, that the attributes, the traits, the qualities that adaptive athletes possess. And that's one of the things I learned last year by participating in this is I learned, and the experience of participating informed me and inspired me, because keep in mind, while we're going to talk about things, suggestions that we have as panelists, you already inherently are doing the adjustments, modifying, using ingenuity, using resourcefulness, and have that ability to adapt to changing circumstances. So keep in mind, just like when I was coaching, at every step of the way, I learned more from the athletes that I coached at Purdue and UCLA and most recently St. John's than they learned from me. Not even close, because the athletes are the ones that are actually in the midst of it. They're the ones that are actually fighting the good fight, as they say. As a coach, I'm there to help, get them on track if they get off track, to provide encouragement when they need it, to put a little fire under their ass or their fanny when they need it, put an arm around them when they need that encouragement or love, and to create, obviously strategic approaches to how we're going to try and win basketball games and how to help young people, my players, to get close to the full expression of their potential and develop a roadmap or a game plan for that. But at the end of it, I learned more by watching our players and how they dealt with pressure and the stress of coaching, of playing at a place like UCLA in Los Angeles or at St. John's in New York City, two of the larger media markets in the country, and just how they processed and made the corrections back to adjustments and adapting in each practice, in each game, and from one season to the next as they went through their career as athletes at UCLA or St. John's. So, but again, there's too much to go into in terms of the Pyramid Success. I could go 5 hours on John Wooden's Pyramid Success, but I do think it's a really helpful tool. And if it's something any of you are interested in, again, don't hesitate to email or reach out, call, text, and I'll make sure that you get a copy of the Pyramid Success. You could also just look it up online. And again, it goes back to things that transcend sport, virtues and values, attributes, traits, characteristics of people that achieve at a high level, regardless of whether you're an athlete, a dancer, a musician, whatever you aspire to do, a writer, a teacher, an educator, a minister. It's helpful tools and really breaking down in simple ways how and what it takes to achieve at a high level. So what I want to do is make sure that I pass the ball here in the spirit of sharing the sugar, and we'll hopefully be able to keep this kind of interactive and organic, so we're not too much going by a particular script. But let's start with Dr. Jason Galea, a sports psychologist, director of operations at Headset Sports. And Doctor, if you can take over here, pass the baton to you, and specifically, you can go in any direction you want, but one of the things I'm curious about is specifically, how you help the kind of clues, the hints, people you work with, athletes and beyond, to deal with the pressures, how to better cope and navigate with discouragement, with the inevitable frustration, with maybe not achieving at the level that they have expectations for, and just share some of your thoughts related to that.
Well, thank you, Coach, for the introduction, and I hope to run with the ball in a good direction here. And thank you again for being here and giving me the chance to speak with all of you tonight. Clayton, thank you again for this incredible opportunity and everything that you do. Thank you so much. When we talk about performance and we're talking about how do we become the best that we possibly can be, and how do we deal with things like the bumps in the road that might happen. I have the opportunity to work with exceptional athletes in sports that I've never even had the opportunity of playing in as a kid. And I find that to be so exciting, because one of the things that I'm able to do, kind of like what Coach Lav was saying a little bit earlier, is I get a chance to have these athletes teach me what it's like to be them, and to explain to me what their sport is about, and almost kind of break it down so that they understand all the little cool things that they do that make themselves the awesome athletes that they are. And sometimes we never get an opportunity to realize all the little things that we do every day that make us successful. And we always think about what we need to do to be better, and what we need to do to compete against the person or the team that we're up against. We're always thinking about the other thing that we need to do, but we never really take the time to look at ourselves and say, what is it that I do well? What is it that I do well? And maybe, just maybe, they might need to worry about me rather than me always worrying about them. We never do that. And some of the top athletes, when I say this to them, they just look at me and they kind of do, if any of you have ever seen the movie Forrest Gump and he's thinking about things, he kind of just does one of those. And I want you to think about some of the things that you guys do well, and know that you do those things well, because the more you know what you do well, the better you will be. I also want to bring into light the things that often hold athletes back are things that involve stress and anxiety. Stress and anxiety are the things that usually create that little falter in an athlete's performance. And I want you to understand something that will hopefully propel you guys to higher levels of performance than you can even imagine. Stress and anxiety are like your oil and your gas in your engine. You need those. You need those two elements. A lot of times people think of stress and anxiety of the moment and everyone's watching and everything's coming at me and I feel so pressured. Just know that when you have stress and you have anxiety, those are the keys for launching. Those are the keys that every single rocket needs to take off and to jet into space. Stress and anxiety are what's going to help you play sharper, be on it, be ready for whatever could come at you, and also give you that extra little step that you might think you don't have. So understand something, stress and anxiety are things that we go through every single day. And what I like to do with a lot of my athletes and coaches and the teams that I work with is explain how stress and anxiety helps us every day. For example, if we're not worried about cars going up and down the street, we'll never take the time to really look at the direction they're coming from and to be wary of, I should make sure that I look in both directions before I cross that road. The same thing happens in the jungle. The littlest of little animals are always aware of that extra sense that they have inside of them to be aware of all the things going on around them. And that is what keeps them alive. That's what makes them propel and take off and avoid anything that might be chasing them. And I think at times when we break things down like this, we sort of start thinking about, you know what, he's right, or you know what, I shouldn't be afraid of stress and anxiety. And with all of this, we start looking at how these things can be taken in, absorbed, and then used as our energy source or our rocket fuel, like I said before. There was a famous movie that came out years ago called The Karate Kid. And in the movie The Karate Kid, some of you may have seen it, may not have seen it. They've had new versions of it come on out. There are times where the young karate kid has to learn different things that are happening in maybe a weird way. So in the original version of the movie, we learn about something called wax on and wax off and paint up and paint down. And at times, the young athlete starts feeling frustrated. Like, why am I doing this? This doesn't seem to have anything to do with what I'm going to need to do in the big competition. And how is this going to help me? And how is this going to help me? And all of a sudden, the frustration and the anxiety start to go up because he's worried, like the big event's coming and I don't know if I'm ready. I don't know if I have everything that I need. And all of a sudden, what he realizes with the help of his coach is these little basic elements that are causing him stress and anxiety are the things that he's going to use to win the tournament. And I throw this to you because the things that might worry you the most, the things that you might feel are keeping you from being your best, those are the things that are going to make you so nervous and so excited that you're going to do better than you can even imagine. So Coach, I don't know if I answered your question. I hope I did.
Coach, you have to unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can, Coach, yes.
Beautiful. Yeah, I mean, there were so many things you hit on there that are spot on in terms of kind of reframing. It seems counterintuitive that, you know, stress and anxiety we associate negatively, and in terms of inhibiting performance and stifling or stymieing, you know, our natural gifts to be in play or to surface. And you're right, though, to see it and reframe it and think about it as fuel. I think rocket was the example you used. It can be a catalyst, and reframing is something that, when I look back in coaching, the resilient, you know, athletes, the ones that had sustained successful careers, whether it was in college and that was as far as they could go, or the NBA for 13, 14, 15 years, and then they, you know, move into some other realm of life and take those same transferable kind of skills and abilities attributes or traits or characteristics that you're touching on. And you know, when I looked up the definition, you know, of adaptive, you know, one of the elements in the definition of adaptive were people who embrace change and are able to stay cool under circumstances, you know, when they don't necessarily have control over those circumstances, but they have confidence they're going to use their ingenuity and figure it out, like a great jigsaw puzzle, or someone that enjoys, you know, the New York Times crossword puzzle. They like the challenge of figuring out, you know, how to do that. Now, within the things you mentioned, and you're an example of someone that, in a sense, you're a life coach. And so advocacy is really important, and having people that can encourage you and can listen and can provide a nudge here or there. I sometimes don't even want to say direction, but maybe just a nudge is enough, because you want it to be their own, and you don't want it to be your map, or at least in my style of coaching and teaching and working with people is, I think they need to arrive at a place where they're ready and receptive to some of the clues, or maybe a nudge in the right direction, to navigate, you know, to getting closer to the full expression of their potential. So no, you really illuminated and touched on some really important, poignant, powerful points that that beyond sport, which I think is what we're all after, is sport is the ideal, you know, metaphor for life, and sport, you know, is a place we can learn the traits that sustain us beyond competition or the outcome of a game, and that will carry us forward. So, and that's what I, you know, picked up very quickly on the things that you're sharing. They transcend the sport, but they help us if we're competitive and we want to achieve and have success both individually and collectively. And so, but what I pulled from that is the reframing of stress and anxiety, and realizing and seeing that as your fuel, as a catalyst to bring forth your best. So I think it was spot on.
Coach, thank you for that. And you know, your sport that you've been involved in for all your life is a really unique one, in the sense that when you think about stress and anxiety and what you're talking about reframing, so many of the players that you've coached throughout their lives have all dreamt of that big moment, that final shot, that final play, that big game. And all of a sudden that big day, big game, big moment appears. And then all of a sudden we get scared about it. So we spend all of our life looking forward to that last minute, right? Like, I can't imagine how many times you as a kid on the basketball court with your buddies have done the 3, 2, 1 and launched it, right? We've all done that. But then for some weird reason, when that moment comes to life, it's debilitating for a lot of us. It's almost like all of our life we've been looking forward to going to Disneyland, and all of a sudden we can hear that Mickey Mouse is coming, and we say, I'm going the opposite way. It's too good to be true, right? So I throw that out to all of you athletes and coaches and even parents that are out there. You know, if we can use what Coach just said a few seconds ago, and I love his term, you know, reframing. I love it. If we can reframe, you know, the nervousness and the anxiety of stress and anxiety in our game, and turn that back into excitement, that 3, 2, 1 moment when we take that shot, it's going to help us truly enjoy the moment and be our best in that moment, because we played it over again and again and again in our minds a million times.
Thank you, Jason. We're going to circle back, I'm sure, hopefully in our interactive volleys here. And Coach Brian Gallo, we got to tap in on his wisdom, and I'm especially interested in the meditation element, which I think is as important now as ever. It's for thousands of years been important, but I think with COVID-19 and the state of our country on so many different fronts, Black Lives Movement, really important things, but also some elements that, you know, we talked about stress and anxiety are in play. So meditation in particular, I'm really looking forward to, but I want you to go ahead and run with it like we talked about, riff in whatever direction you choose.
Great. Thanks for having me. You know, Angel City Sports is it, man. I mean, like, of all the things I'm involved in, this is my favorite. So thank you, Clayton, for all you do, and Stacy and Ezra and Camille and all y'all. It's amazing to be here. Thank you again. Yeah, I mean, meditation is in demand right now. This is the time that, you know, it's about reps, right? So whether you're practicing your sport, whether you're taking free throws, or doing your practice, you know, we've been positioned for this moment to be meditating or doing some form of meditative practice for almost 20 years. And the good news about that is if you've never done it before, it's actually a really simple practice. It's just a matter of paying attention to what you're doing while you're doing it, and that's just breathing. So you can be laying down, you can be sitting down, and you can just take deep breaths and, to the best of your ability, focus on your breath. And in the context of high performance athletes, and we're all athletes here, what I love about this and what my clients love about this is it might be the only opportunity they have to let go all day long. So it's, you know, we're doers, we're in do mode, we're trying to change the world and become better, and everything's about change and making ourselves better and being more productive and all that. And for meditation, for the 1 minute or the 5 or the 20 minutes we practice, it's just an opportunity just to accept whatever is happening and to allow whatever feelings to be there, allow whatever thoughts to be there, and not have to change it. And it's such a relief for some of these high performance athletes that I have the honor and pleasure to get to work with, that they can do that. It's like you're giving them permission to do that. And what ends up happening is, over not very long, but once they put together a few practices, a body of work, let's say, it's like, because they've gotten reps in other parts of their life, they take to it quite fast. So it's like, you sit there, you do some breathing for a minute, and it's not only the fact all day long that you know you did your practice, it's this placebo effect, but it's all placebo effect, where your identity is now someone who meditates. So as someone who meditates, and this is how we work, right? How would I react in this situation? And of course, that process happens quite fast, and we're not always successful, and we fail a lot, and that's okay. But we're just better. We just show up better for our friends, for our family, and we show up better in these moments that are super challenging. And what I stress is, and what I stress to anyone that I have the opportunity to speak with, is that it doesn't take much. It takes 12 breaths a day or a minute. And that will be enough for you to get that placebo effect as someone who meditates. And it's really not even super important of the qualitative analysis of the practice itself. It's that you did it. It's that you took your 100 free throws, or you did your training today. And so that's my little riff for now. If you have any like specific questions, I'm happy to share in any way and to try to add value however I can here and now.
No, I love I've practiced yoga for the past, I think 2003, so 17 years. And the best teachers are the ones that, at least in my view, in my experience, were the ones that moved the meter, or I felt that I learned more from, were profoundly basic. You know, they were elemental, simple, fundamental, you know, basic focus on breath. And yet it was transformative. So it had this profound effect, even though it was profoundly simple. And, you know, there's other classes you'd go to, or you had different yoga teachers. Everyone is different in their style and approach. And some were, focused on moving, through the poses so quickly that you never mastered the first pose, or because of the absence of the emphasis on something as simple as breath, almost the equivalent to me of focused on gratitude. That, begin with breath, begin with gratitude, and then moving forward, whatever happens, it's going to be enhanced with breath, with gratitude or grace. And so Coach Wooden, going back to him, because it's hard to break down Coach Wooden with obviously the dynamic of what we're trying to achieve tonight, but incrementalism, what made him, I think, effective teacher was he really was about these baby steps, the inch by inch, and these small tasks, but doing them well and giving everything you have to doing something that may seem small in someone else's eyes, weren't necessarily spectacular, and they're not going to make the highlights on Sports Center. It wasn't someone above the rim making an incredible dunk or blocking a shot, at the top of the backboard. But something basic like, transporting the ball to the open man, or, jump stopping at the free throw line so you have better options to shoot the ball or pass to your left or your right, and how those small details, and those small mastering those basic elements, body balance, mental and physical conditioning. And while they sound more simple than they really are, because to master them is a different thing, especially under pressure and duress and game conditions and on national TV and 20,000 fans in the house. But Coach Wooden, really just the things that you're touching on about breathing and starting small and then building momentum from these basics like breathing, and that meditation can take on a different form with these day by day kind of basic implementation of these elements that you're speaking on. So I'm sure you've got a follow-up, but some thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, so with basketball, it's Phil Jackson that comes to mind, because he basically, Sacred Hoops and his books, he's written some incredible books, were about, a good portion of it were about Zen meditation. And I love the idea of focusing on gratitude as well as a more advanced practice. With a Zen, simple, really basic breath practice, what I like about it, and what I like about it for high performance people and or people on the other end of the spectrum, because people come to meditation for two reasons. They hit rock bottom, or they want an edge at the top. So it's usually at the tails when people come to me. And with a Zen practice, it's like, you don't even have to feel gratitude. You just have to follow your breath. You just have to just accept and feel whatever is there. Because if you can just do that and be able to do that over the course of a minute or a day or a few days or a few weeks, that feeling of gratitude will eventually arise organically and naturally. And so from a sports and high performance perspective, what we've also discovered, and just we discovered it I think in the same way that Phil Jackson discovered it, is that meditation is often seen as this solitary act by one person to make one person better. But what we found out in working with teams, and what Phil Jackson found out in working with teams, is if collectively you can do a little bit of breathing together with your family, with your loved one, or with your team, there's some sort of magic that happens. There's some sort of bonding that occurs. If you think about it, like, how often do we spend time with our loved ones in silence? And so the team, the family, the unit begins to perform in sync with another, or more in sync with one another. So practice on your own, and then practice with each other. And again, it doesn't have to be more than a few minutes and this is something that's actually now being measured, but what actually is happening scientifically is that people are moving into heart coherence. So it can be measured where you get people in a room together, and in a few minutes, maybe 5-10 minutes, the group, if you put measuring devices around their bodies, they are moving into heart coherence and mind coherence at the same time. So there's something unseen that happens with this practice, and it's also very scientific in how it shows up.
Well, and it's interesting because just touching on, I'm thinking about, breath and the elements you extended on there with Phil Jackson. We have in our life, there could be the prior life and the afterlife. That's a discussion for another day. But in our life, we have the first breath, and we have our last breath, and we have the breaths in between. And we used to talk about each season, in a sense. We begin on a certain date, even though there's a larger continuum, obviously, beyond sport and, beyond a season or beyond a career at a particular school or a franchise if you're in the NBA. But that common thread of something that everyone shares, because there are only so many, that everyone shares the element of needing oxygen, because it represents life, birth, maybe a spank, right? The burp and the first breath, and then hopefully surrounded by loved ones and someone that's sending us out with our last breath, and all the things in between that are magical and worth being grateful for, hopefully, and grace comes into play. But how something as simple as that, the breath and the emphasis, you brought up Phil Jackson as focusing on that, and that's something everyone in that locker room or on that journey for that season or for a run together like musicians could share in common. And that's before we even get to the practical sides. We're talking more kind of on the spiritual element, and now data and maybe metrics, analytics coming out on ways to measure it. But there's the practical side, I think, of breath as well, in terms of we get more oxygen right to the body in terms of how we perform. If there's Fred Astaire, Baryshnikov, or Michael Jordan or LeBron James, or a great actor in an important scene that leads to an Academy Award, a broadcaster. I've become more aware of breath and breathing, both on the spiritual side and seeing the aspects that it can enhance, but also on the practical side that we need breath to be able to speak. A vocalist, Beyonce, I mean, you need breath to allow the gifts to hit at their highest levels. So I really appreciate the elements you're amplifying here. Now, do we, and again, this is kind of fun, free flow, which is my favorite.
Yeah, we got one more crack at this. Brian, can you hear me? This is Jay. Brian, your talk there about the breath work, I don't know if you've had the chance to see the latest Joe Rogan podcast, but there's a guy there by the name of James Nestor on it, and he talks about breath work. And I got to tell you, I saw it a couple days ago, and it's changed my life. And
really,
and to have you on talking about this stuff today, oh my God, it's like there's a higher power trying to get me to do something.
Synchronicity, man. I mean, it's like I actually think a buddy sent me that James Nestor thing. So now I have to listen to it because synchronicity. So yeah, I mean, really, this has been amazing, and it's been great to volley with y'all and riff, and
so good.
The breath is it, man. It's like you're right. You come in on an inhale, life, and then you go out. You let it go on an exhale. It's your last move.
That's
so
incredible. Yeah,
it's all right there, and everything in between. I'm even like, and it's a forever practice. I am today, even right here, right now, taking deep breaths. Just taking deep breaths such that I can enjoy the process. Right.
Well, it's one of those most basic reminders. But when you start talking about breathing, then I naturally started to breathe. So interesting, right? As basic as like jump, I call it in basketball, it's passing and catching or jump stops, or spring training, it'd be infield practice, right? Taking grounders. But some would say, well, obviously we're breathing, but are you breathing to your fullest ability, right? In terms of accessing oxygen, like, you know, a different level of breath, and how that, you know, through a stressful situation helps you navigate, or suddenly puts things in their proper light, or puts things in perspective. Just because, you know, earlier tonight, someone mentioned too, silence. It might have been you actually, but just last week, someone said, you know, silence and listening are the same letters, I think, just rearranged differently. And I had never thought of that, but it's just like, wow, that makes sense. Right? Silence and listening, especially in the practice, right, of meditation or yoga, but and all the things that come from that, because I think it was more of a Black Lives Matter discussion, and that the fine line between, you know, activism, but also for some it's better probably to listen and to be silent, gain some knowledge and learn before you start to participate. And really listening, if you're an active listener and you're learning and gain knowledge, is a form of participating, even though it seems, right, I think the misnomer is that, well, if you're not speaking, then you're not participating, right? It's like, no, if you're listening, you are participating, because you're gaining a better bandwidth of knowledge, you know, to better maneuver forward, you know.
Well, I'll say this, on the performance side of things, my story is that I was a hockey goalie, and growing up all through college, and then after college, my small professional career, I learned the importance of breath work, because there were times in a game where systematically I just felt like I knew something a little bit more than the person I'm competing against, that if I didn't have proper breath work in synchronicity with the moment, I was going to take a breath and all of a sudden that puck is flying right past me. Yeah, I needed to know, almost like it was, you know, a karate movie or a fight movie. There are times where I'm going to need to hold my breath or create a different cadence of my breath, because I know I'm about to take about 4 blasts in 1 minute here. And if I'm taking my time to recoup and do this, it's done. It's over. I've missed it. It's in the back of the net. And it was something that just happened. And I remember trying to pass this on to young athletes almost 10 years ago, and they would look at me like, what? And then as they moved up the ranks and the pace got faster and it was more aggressive, and the pace was something that you couldn't just rely on your teammates to kind of help handle the way that things were flowing, all of a sudden it made sense to them. It's like, oh my God, I know exactly what you're talking about. There was a moment last game where I felt like I was in the ocean. And no matter what I did, the waves just kept coming and coming and coming. And if it wasn't for you putting that in my head, Jay, to catch my breath, or to hold my breath in a heavy moment, right, I would have blown the situation. Big. And it's so counterintuitive, right? Exactly. It's so counterintuitive to think that in a big moment, I got to take in as much oxygen as possible, when in reality, I need less. Right. It's so true. Less is more. Sometimes the best moves, no move. Those things that are adages, but they've been around for a long time. Then there's a reason they've been around, because whether it's actors, musicians, people that have to perform at a high level, right? They learned, right, that what they did when they were younger in haste, right? They're holding back, and it's right to the end, right? That's the eternal learner element of Coach Wooden that was so impressive. Was, well, you know, it was so mind blowing for me, right? Hearing Brian, you talk. You look at our world today. Our world has never been more educated than it is today, right? Good luck finding someone that hasn't gone to college for a little bit of some sort, right? You look at what we're doing about technology. We're now creating even new divisions within our military services to have people be trained to go into space, right? Like, look at all the things that we're able to do, from reusable energy, electric cars. We're living in that space age, but yet just now we're learning to study breathing. Explain this to me, right? Explain this to me. We're talking about colonizing
in our country. In our country, yeah.
Exactly.
6,000 years elsewhere, but probably in our country, you're right.
Yeah.
It's like, crazy. It's
yeah, there's so many things that you said that I wanted to like bullet, but the preparing breath at goalie is so on point. And the synchronicity, you know, I was just either reading or I got the download that these like deeper breaths and conscious breathing throughout the course of your day, just like now, will actually help you sleep better later on tonight. So it's like we do the things for the moment, of course, but also we do it for better outcomes in the future. And yes, this is one of the things that I really have been pushing with my clients, and it's so hard with young people, is that we have the best technology, the best of everything. Everything is so easy. Everything's a touch away. And to get them to put that device down, or to get them to shut the computer off, and to just I'd say just run an experiment for an hour and just close it down and just do an activity where you do not require your no headphones, nothing, and see how that feels. And it's like it's the ultimate hack, right? If they'll do it, if they'll agree to that, to put your phone face down for 20 minutes and breathe. So I think a good thing though is we're at an extreme moment in history, and that's when change happens. So whether it's Black Lives Matter or whether it's just people actually saying to themselves, I'm not very happy right now. I've got the best of everything. I have ease. I can do whatever I want, but I'm just not very happy. And so that's when we're seeing, and and as you know, I mean, just having this forum and this conversation here at Angel City is new. Like, I mean, this stuff didn't happen a few years ago. And so that's such a great thing. And yeah, I think that, what I've learned is that the great technologies, the greatest technologies in the world are thousands of years old.
Yeah. Hey, Brian, share a little bit of who you are. I know that Angel City Sports knows your videos from all of the social media posts, but feel free to share a little bit of your background for the people that are new to the session.
Sure. So I actually have a Wall Street background. So I came up in the early aughts and the late 90s doing that game, which is what you did if you were very competitive, but were like 5 feet tall and played football in high school. And so that was it. Your career is over. What do you do next? You go to Wall Street. And that was incredibly stressful. So I found yoga and meditation as like, I'm not going to make it unless I have something to calm me down. And then it's just been like nothing is linear. It's all circular. So I'd start meditating and then stop. Or I'd start this really intense yoga practice and then stop. And then when I started my hedge fund or my venture fund, it was existential. Like if I didn't calm down, the company would fail. And so it was very much business. It's always business oriented. But that the business stuff put me in play with different people that I had known and grown up with that were still involved in sports. I went to a very competitive high school in Massachusetts, and we were very good at football. So all of my best friends went on to be coaches, including my buddy Scott Ruggles, who knows Angel City, knows Clayton, and who is working for Chip Kelly right now. But I worked for Scott at Harvard Westlake. We started doing meditation there. Just ran an experiment, just tried, just figured to say what could happen. And we had great results there. And we started to do it at UCLA just last season, a little bit differently. It's way more difficult to do it at a big public school like that. It's got to be totally voluntary. But I've had pretty good outcomes with some of the players I've gotten to work with there. And it's not just athletes. I work with artists. I volunteer, it's the tales. I volunteer in the prison system. I work with anybody that wants to do it. It's so important to me. It's so powerful for me. It saved my life. And so anybody that wants to practice and wants to learn, I'm go time for them. It's my mission in life. So while I do have other things that make me money, the idea that meditation is really for the most powerful first domino to whatever it is you want in life is probably, that's the driving force. And So that's why I get so excited to be able to come here and work with all you athletes too, because it's just more people that I can, you know, share whatever I've learned over 40 something years. And I get to wake up every day and do what I love.
What would you say and I couch this question with the era that we live in, for better or worse, where we're talking about percentages and data and metrics and analytics, but based on, you mentioned, you know, you have other ventures, other things you do. Would you say, is it 70-30, 60-40, 65-35 in terms of which side, in terms of the focus or emphasis that saved your life?
Well, you know, when this practice, it was 100% with this practice when I bottomed. Yeah, I've had a couple of bottoms, you know, that's life, right? We have great times, we have boom times, we have bust times. You know, a lot of times that would line up with business success and failure. A lot of times that would be personal, interrelationship stuff. It never ends, but you know, with respect to like how much time do I allocate? I actually, I did something quite contrarian. Is when I started the business, I had a 3-hour morning ritual that I would dedicate just to get my mind right. So physical fitness, meditation, reading the Bible, reading high-level spiritual texts, journaling, all things like that, because I intuitively understood that if I could just get myself right, then everything would follow suit. And that actually has expanded to where, and look, in my 20s, all I did was work, right? And I was learning, and I didn't work very efficiently, but I worked 12-hour days every day. And now it's like, I hardly do any of that. All I do is this type of stuff. And the more I do of this type of stuff, the more that, you know, abundance arrives in different ways. We get really caught up in how we want it to arrive. But the more I can be of service to the world, the more I can do things where I actually feel like I'm really adding value, besides adding value to someone's portfolio, the more I add value to someone's portfolio. So it's all connected. And to the extent that I can be fired up and lit up like I am right now, I try to spend most of my day in this state.
I love it. Where are you, in Venice right now? Where are you at?
You know, yeah, I've been putting the mute
Feels
on and
like
off.
Venice.
Yeah, I'm in LA. I'm in the valley back here. So there's somebody in a pool back there having a great time. There's helicopters overhead. It's LA. So I'm doing my best to keep the.
It's perfect.
Okay, good.
It's great.
And I also would like to be in touch with y'all. So as it stands right now, because I can't really see you very well right now because I've got this direct sun in my face out here, but I'm sure we can figure out a way to stay.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
We'll do it again tomorrow.
Okay.
Now, are people able to ask us questions right now? Can we just keep that in terms of the spirit of free form and improv and riffing and having fun like jazz musicians here? Are there any questions out there? And we'll adapt and adjust, or we can keep moving forward. Obviously, Brian and Jason are adept at you know, tap dancing and having some fun here and creating some magic. What do we have?
Hey, Coach Lavin, I have a question actually. This is actually to all of you guys. I was listening to a podcast. I think it was Todd Herman who was talking about having alter egos to separate different parts of his life, to separate his work life from his family life, to separate his family life from whatever else he was doing. And I was curious how that would translate to sports and what your guys' thoughts were on the sort of alter ego thing that he was talking about.
Well, I can tell you an interesting story, Ezra, that I talk about a lot with clients that I work with and teams that I work with. And that ability to create that alter ego is what I call Superman, Batman status. And for a lot of young athletes and old who are going up against challenging times, that may be afraid to be their best because there's such a thing as fear of success. I'm really worried if I truly try, what might happen and what happens if it doesn't happen. I always bring out the Batman within, you know, the Batman within that has that utility belt filled with all of these tools and gadgets that are going to help you at a time of need. And when we talk about this, There was a famous movie in the sports world that came out in the 90s, years ago. And there was a character in the movie that talks exactly about what you're talking about with alter ego. The movie was called The Program. And in it, there's this superstar athlete. He's a linebacker. And what he does during the games is he starts tapping into these make-believe stories and creating labels for all of his opponents. So in a game, he's not so much trash talking. He's saying, hey man, I recognize you. You're the guy that took my bike when I was a little kid and now I found you. And all of a sudden it allowed him to release this inner energy that had he not created that persona, he would not have really found a way to tap into that and then unleash it. So technically what he did is he went into his Batman utility belt come game time, pulled out the tool that he needed, created the scenario, and allowed himself to unleash on his opponent. So I hope I addressed what you were saying or asking. And if I didn't, I can clarify more.
Yeah, it's such a deep question. There's the interpretation part of it. I'm actually curious. Extend on Ezra a little more for me, and I may not know the characters.
Yeah. Basically, it was this guy who was talking about how in order for him to like succeed in the best possible way in all these different areas of his life, he almost had to tap into a different version of himself. And so an example of that would be he would at work he would wear fake non-prescription glasses in order, because he looked so young, he wanted to come across as smarter and almost tap into himself, almost like get himself like thinking that he's smarter. He would wear those like fake glasses basically, and he would tap into like his work personality, his work alter ego, which would have like a name. It would have like basically like not a just separate version of himself, but like basically another version of who he is. And then when he would get home to his kids, because he was obviously spending so limited time with them because he's getting home later in the day, he had his daughter's bracelet up on a little key, like a keychain holder or whatever. And he would put that on, a bracelet she made for him. And he would put that on, and then he would flick it on his wrist. So it like snapped him, and then he was in like dad mode or whatever he called it. And he uses like inspirations of other people in order as like inspirations for one of his alter egos. So I think it was Mr. Rogers was like his kind of inspiration for when he was at home, how he wanted to be, how he wanted to act. And he claimed that he doesn't want people to like be like getting away from who they truly are, but like finding different parts of themselves and then like compartmentalizing like so they're not bringing their work life into their family, and they're not bringing their family into their work life. And he talked about how a bunch of athletes use it. And I thought this was really interesting. There was like a fighter jet, like a guy who's like a head guy in the military, and he would have like all these different personalities that he named when he was going into battle versus when he was as his commander or whatever versus when he was home. And so it's just like another example of how like all these different people are using these alter egos. And so I was just curious what like I want to use it in track, I want to use it in school, whatever, but I just wanted to hear what you guys thought about it. And so if that helps explain the sort of alter ego thing a little bit better.
And how old is he, the subject that we're talking about, the one that's used these techniques? What's his, just for context sake?
The guy that the podcast that I saw or listened to?
Yeah. Or was in talking,
he was like, it's probably like 30, 40s. He has his own business. He's not in his 20s, because I went to his Instagram. He had some gray hair. I'm pretty sure he's like 40-ish, maybe 50 around there. But
easy, Ezra. Easy with that, all right? Easy.
Coach, I've read this guy's book. I'm very familiar with his work.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very well researched, but Coach, I can see what you were getting at there. But it is actually an extraordinarily high percentage of high performing athletes have one of these alter egos. And Coach Kelly actually tells the story of Bo Jackson. You know, Bo Jackson was this great football player back when I was a kid, who played baseball and one of the great athletes of all time. And when he stepped on the field, he was another character that you might not know, but your dad will know, called Jason from Friday the 13th. And Jason, the thing with like all those horror movie characters is they would always come back, like they were never dead. And so Bo Jackson would become that guy that just you couldn't kill him. You couldn't kill him and he would always come back. What I think is super powerful about the alter ego effect, especially for young people, I'll use the Beyonce example, because Beyonce's another person that had it. Beyonce Knowles was a choir girl, right? But for her to become a star, she had to kind of like dance it. She had to dance and do things that she was uncomfortable doing. So she became Sasha Fierce. And so what I think it can be powerful for young people is young people are very, even more so than ever, I think, concerned with the opinion of other people. And so it can be a way to escape that for a moment. So when Ezra steps on, the track, it's not about Ezra anymore. It's about whoever, Superman, or whoever you want to put up there. And that person can take all criticism, and that person doesn't even care what people think about him. So I think it can be a very powerful tool, and it is, that's a great book. I would read the book too, just to see how you could like kind of figure out who your own alter ego, wants. And I've used it myself in different ways. And to come, it's good. Yes. Because you still want to, at your core, remain yourself. It's just a tool. It's just a tool. That's more you on the track than you are when you're your whole self at home right now.
Yeah, almost like stepping into, because I remember in the podcast he talked about the Beyonce and how she was like had to do all these like not provocative but like dancers that she wasn't comfortable with, so she had to step into like a different personality almost to be able to perform that. And I think that's something I could be really well used for me in track and whatever, where almost like step into another, not personality, but step into that alter ego where like I'm able to just like block out everything else because I'm like not a different person, but like I'm a different version of myself. And then I step right back. You know what I mean? So I think
1000%.
That's like it's so interesting. I feel
you
like
get to play with it too. You get to just experiment with it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Try it.
Yeah, I definitely will.
Yeah, I love just those exchanges there. The fact that playfulness and experimenting, having fun with it, if it stays in that realm too, I think that's really important at different stages. And that's why I love coaching and teaching. I keep getting older, but you're working with the same age group of younger people, and they inform, so they help close the gap. And participating in experiences like tonight, something like this where it opens up kind of another realm or extends on territory that maybe you've thought about but haven't really thought as in depth as some of the discussions tonight. So
I have a question on that note.
Yeah.
I actually have one for Jason, because he was mentioning it with the stress and anxiety of the first session. And coming from the games, I had post-game blues, which is basically like depression because you had this high buildup and then just this severe letdown. So what advice do you have for an athlete, whether they're just starting out, going to go to their first games, or having gone to a games before, going to another one, to kind of combat that feeling and to basically use the stress and the anxiety and like channel it so that you're living in the moment of the competition and not living for the competition to be over?
Well, Sam, thank you for that, because you are teeing me up to discuss what we talked about a little bit earlier. So you're awesome. Thank you. A little bit earlier, gang, what we were discussing is we're discussing the topics of stress and anxiety and performance. And a lot of times when I am working with athletes or teams or even coaches to that matter, when we're talking about those two scary words of stress and anxiety, it's really important that you know that those two elements are like your oil and gas for your engine. Stress and anxiety are what make you a little bit sharper. They make you a little bit quicker. They make you read and react a little bit faster. And they truly are your rocket fuel to take off and perform at your best ability. For some athletes, stress and anxiety can work in the form of creating a huge amount of fear that allows them to get excited and to really overly respect who they're going to be going up against. At times, when we don't realize that, we start focusing more on our opponent and what our opponent can do or might do, rather than taking the time to really look at ourselves and the skills that we have. And maybe the opponent should be taking the time to be worrying about us. When we were able to understand stress and anxiety, it's to be able to say to ourselves, I understand that the nervousness in my stomach, the worriness that I might feel with my hands being a little bit wet, I'm getting a little bit sweaty before the event, this is just your engine warming up. It's just your engine warming up. Just like you're watching any kind of race, you hear that car revving, you hear that engine just take off and roar. That's what stress and anxiety can be like for you. And if you use that knowledge, it's going to help you take off right off the start when the game's about to begin, rather than making you hold back with nerves, if that makes sense.
Absolutely.
It does. I like that. I like the revving up analogy very well. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that question that you asked, what prompted that? I'm curious.
Well, in the first session, I just, it resonated with me, the stress and anxiety, and how there are a lot of people that like when it's over almost more than the competition itself. And I know a lot of athletes who have retired who appear to be happier being, I guess this is not a good way to put it, but
no, it is.
Well, that athletes have been happier once they're retired from the sport. And sometimes that can be politics of the game and whether you're in it for too long or you just needed a break and you didn't take that break. But I feel like that's such a bad way to look at it. Like, you don't get to experience the sport itself because you're just so stressed out. And I feel like I'm a cyclist, so I love cycling, and I love it whether I'm racing or not. So for me, being in a race, it's awesome, but I have moments where I'm stressed and I'm like, oh my gosh, I wish this race was over. So to have more information is what prompted it, pretty much.
Well, Sam, let me say to you, Sam, I work with a professional cycling team, and I worked with them for years. And I'll tell you a quick story of something that happened to us several years ago. We had an incredible athlete on our team. And the team was very, very talented. The team was formerly called Team Jelly Belly. And we had a particular athlete who's gone on now to race at world-class levels in Europe. He's on an incredible team that you would see on TV all the time with the Tour de France, the Giro d'Italia. And in this particular season, our team was so talented that when we would get near the end of the race, the guys in racing, what they do in cycling, for those of you that don't know, you'll work for a specific rider. So we might say, okay, today we're going to work really hard for Coach Lav. And that means that we're going to shield him from all of our competition. We're going to take on the headwind so that when there's about a mile left in the race, he can jet on out and sprint to the finish line. Well, what was happening is throughout our first couple of races, the team was working really hard for him. And what was happening is at the end of the race, he would take off and he would sprint, and sometimes we'd fall real short. And what would happen is we would be in a position where we could easily have won the race, but we came in third. We came in fourth. Over time, we finally were able to crack the nut and ask, what's going on? And what I realized with this young athlete was he was so nervous to let his team down that when it came time to sprint, he was worried he was going to run out of gas. So instead of sprinting a mile out, he would wait too long to let his engine and his rocket fly. And it wasn't until we finally sat down as a team and the group made him realize, hey, listen, we don't care if you run out of gas. We don't care if you fall short. We've got all the faith in you. Just let it go. Let it go. And we're okay, but fall short. And all of a sudden, after that, we end up winning 5 races straight. And I'll tell you, sometimes there's a real old saying that I've used with teams that can run true still today. And that's to respect all, but fear none. And that's to say, enjoy the opportunity to compete. In our last session, Coach, I think you brought it up in some way, shape, or form, where we're talking about the excitement of the event and how sometimes the anxiety and the nervousness of the event can almost rob us from the fun of competing. And when you can understand that, that's understanding the power of stress and anxiety. And it's to say, don't allow the stress and anxiety to rob you of that fun of competing.
Yep. And also tied into just what you said, but also we've discussed prior tonight, that through the repetition, you know, the practice, the appreciation of the kind of routine, right? Rehearsal, practice, that leads to a place, not mastery, but you're closer to mastery. And somehow, because you've rehearsed and practiced and refined and enhanced and improved, that builds a certain kind of confidence that you will perform in that moment. So you're less likely, even though it doesn't guarantee, that you won't deal with the same anxiety, the inhibitions, the second guessing, the lack of confidence. That's that give and take, I think, to the end of, in the totality of our experience. You're always gonna, but I think you're less likely. You're minimizing the odds of what sports writer, someone that's not informed, would say, oh, he choked or she choked, because they never probably were an athlete themselves. And so they're saying they blew it, as opposed to, no, that was a chapter that will then inform something down the line that is closer to the full expression of that person's potential or that team's potential. And we see that all the time play out. And it's what, most of us, unless you're really in a dark place, are rooting for, for someone to have that breakthrough. We identify with the comebacks, the Tina Turners, the Red Sox or the Cubs, or, through the franchises that have never had success, or people that have been beat down that finally have their moment, oppression, or take it to a larger, realm other than just sport. But I also think there is something about the small things and the rehearsals, the repetition, and doing it over and over. Now, you still need in my view, the guide, the light, the flashlight, the expertise, people that specialize as you do, to help, someone that's on that path that maybe don't see things, as clearly, because it's such a subjective experience when it's ourself, and as opposed to a little more objectivity that you're going to provide, right? So, but I think it's interesting. There a lot of what we're talking about tonight, they intersect. Yeah, exactly. They're kind of woven together. They're kind of related, even though they may seem separate. They actually are related, independent of sport or Paralympics. These are things about life and achieving. And Ezra's questions are really a deep one, because my natural inclination, but I have to check myself at the door, because I was raised by these old school parents, would be, and all the people I was raised by, I was like, hey, stay true to yourself. But you guys both touched on and created the distinctions to say, play with it, have fun. If that technique works and delivers, do it, especially if you still have this voice or this sense or sensibilities that realizes that's not really you when you step into character.
Well, Coach, you bring up something a few minutes ago where it's a technique that a good coach of mine used to say to me many times, and it took forever to cement in my head. And it was the concept of play like you've been there before.
Mm-hmm.
Play like you've been there before. Mm-hmm. And you brought up a ton of amazing little points regarding the ideas of being able to play like you've been there before, the importance of routine, the importance of being able to not think too much, and enjoy the moment, enjoy the excitement. And for a lot of our young athletes who are listening today, and maybe we have parents as well as coaches that are listening today, I'm not too sure who everyone is in the crowd.
That's the fun part, yeah.
I would say to you all, find excitement in performing.
Yeah, joy.
Find excitement in being able to go and be your best. You know, the best of the best, they enjoy that pressure moment, and they envision it in their mind again and again. You probably all have done it too. You probably all had a countdown in your head, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You take the shot, but when that moment comes, enjoy it.
That actually is a good transition to a question we have in the chat, which is, what are your recommendations for maintaining a high level of focus for multiple years without burning out?
That's a good question.
Wow.
That's a heavy duty question there. That I'll tell you. That one comes in a dump truck. I will say this. One of the things that I've seen time and time again with some of the best athletes that I've had the chance to meet and work with is an understanding of who you are. And what do I mean by that? It's an understanding that, for example, when you go out to eat a burger, you know who you are. You know if you like cheese on it, you know how big it can be for you to finish it all. You know who you are when it's time to eat. When we're looking at being an athlete over time, know that who you are is that same person who orders a burger. What do I mean by this? It's to be able to say to yourself, how can you take the time to separate yourself from the athlete in the moment to the person you are when you're not an athlete? Take the time to realize who you are in terms of saying, when I'm out there and I'm competing, that's a part of me. I know how much I can handle, how much I can eat when I'm an athlete. Over time, when you understand who you are as an athlete, what goes into you being that athlete, what you have to do to be your best, how much time it's going to take in your day, your life, whatever it may be, you're going to be able to understand who you are and what you can handle, what you can eat. When you understand what you can eat and what it's going to take for you to be your best, you can then start to separate time, organize yourself to put other things into your life. What we see a lot in sport movies is we see the athlete training, the team working out, the athlete sacrificing. But what we never see in these movies is we never see that athlete taking the time to go and have dinner with his friends, to go to the movies, to maybe play an instrument and have that downtime. So what I'm saying in this long example here is there's an athlete side of you and then there's a person side of you. When you're able to create that balance, you're going to be able to perform at an optimal level for much longer than you even realize. But you also need to know this last bit. A lot of us think that we have to be performing at our best all the time. That's not the case. That's why we have things called training camp. That's why we have things called off season. That's when you as an athlete need to dip down. Your performance level should be coming down. Your body should be relaxing, rehabbing from all the stress you put it through in your season. That season is that big burger that I'm talking about. When you understand how much you can handle and how much you're going to need to handle to be successful, you're going to be able to regulate that downtime so that you can be successful for a lot longer period of time than you even realize. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I was just saying, Brian probably has some good thoughts on it as well. My quick synopsis, building on everything you said, spot on. I would also add to, and I think it really complements what you're saying, keeping the childlike spirit. The reason in whatever sport it is that we first picked up a hockey stick or kicked a soccer ball or a basketball or threw a baseball, whatever drew us to that, connecting to that joyfulness, that childlike spirit, whatever it is, think about Christmas Eve, wanting to rip into presents, or Easter egg hunts, or, whatever connects us to sheer joy and childlike joy, and have enough of that in play. We've talked always balance, right? Balance comes through everything from religions to, the golden mean, Buddha, Aristotle, wherever we go, balance kind of comes into play. So I think keeping that percolating, we use Catalyst, making sure that we have people around us and that we seek that kind of joy and element of playfulness. I think even if we take it to marriage and relationships and our work, if there's not the joy, we mentioned enjoy, but really if we enjoy something, it's because the joy is alive. The joy is percolating, it's in play. And when things get grim, over serious, thinking too much, and we're talking about psychology, you guys are experts in that area in different realms, really life coaches, and I've learned a ton tonight, so I'm enjoying this. So this is joy the entire couple hours, even though we're learning as we go with the virtual element of all this. But as I get older and you start losing loved ones and you deal with cancer and you deal with life's, trials and tribulations, you get fired and deal with all the craziness. In my own personal journey, it's keeping that joy and seeking the joy, whether it's a hike, whether it's getting on your bike, whether it's your friends, your family, the things that make you laugh, love, nature. I mean, stay in touch with that. And I think that enhances your ability to hit a baseball, to spike a volleyball, to run faster, to be, in the athletic realm greater. But it seems counterintuitive, but actually one enhances the other. They complement one another. And that's something that takes decades. I'm 55 now, obviously in my 20s or 30s, even if my parents, Coach Wooden, Pete Newell, some great teachers and people around me and watching our athletes. But you kind of have to arrive at that point in your own time, unless you're, like you guys, more experts and able to accelerate, cut that tuition in half and help people like myself or the people watching tonight get there. And that's why this has been so wonderful. So I'm grateful I got to listen to you guys, because you're cutting my tuition in half as I step out tomorrow in whatever I'm doing in terms of pursuing, some hopefully realistic goals,
I have one more question. Actually, there's two more. There was one in the chat, but I have one. I know that we're running a little over, so if people want to leave, that is okay. That's
even better. Let's keep going. Yeah.
Stay. I don't mind staying. So
I don't either. I'm all in.
So there's a lot of athletes who will say that they make sacrifices in order to be an athlete. What is your thought on that mindset? Because for me, I always feel like when people start saying that they're making sacrifices, it's almost like they're going to start resenting the sport, and that doesn't help with burnout. I think of it as it's a choice that I'm making because I like to do this, so I'm choosing something that makes me happy over it feeling like an obligation.
Yeah, I agree with that. The second part that you said.
How about Brian? And Brian, are you there, Brian? You want to chime in?
These are like Coach said. It's like I'm just learning. Great things in life are powerful questions, and these two questions, I've just been like, I'm like listening to your answers, and I'm trying to think of some answers, and it's just like such good questions, and they're very related about burnout, and then also about like sacrifice. Where we had when we were. There's a movement that's happened over the last 10, 20 years into specialization. And the difference for when we were kids is even like, I bet Coach Wooden had some players that played more than one sport. I don't know. I'm making that up. But like you would have an off season. So even Tom Brady has an off season, right? And the idea that because athletes today, they're just doing one thing, so they might as well just work on it every day. I think there's a law of diminishing returns at some point. where it's like the additional day, you're actually getting worse. And so you've got to really build in some buffers. Sports naturally have off seasons, so you have to really honor that. And it doesn't mean you get fat and lazy and out of shape. You can go do it and play another sport if you want to. You know, even active vacations are known to be much more rewarding than just sitting around on the beach. So there's ways that I think you have to build in rest. You have to build in these buffers so that burnout doesn't even become an issue. But it's so hard, I get it, especially at the level you guys are competing at. Like Ezra, you travel and are basically in the Olympics every year. So it's like I think what for someone like you, I think you to also stay hungry is to know that ends at some point. Right? It's like, you're not going to be doing that for the rest of your life. Like even with the guys I get to work with at football, one of the great things about, I think, Darnay Holmes, which is I got to work with very intimately, is he was all about that. He knew that football was just a vehicle to what he wanted to do next and what he wanted to do for the next 50 years. And so that's what, even if you are an Olympic athlete, which is basically what you are, it's like there's a long period of time that's going to happen after that. That's going to be more meaningful and way more important to you than that is. So it's putting things in perspective. And here's the thing on the follow-up question about sacrifice. It depends. Like different words or different frames have different meanings to different people. Some people could use the word sacrifice and feel really good about that. Like, oh, I'm forgoing some of this other stuff because this is really important to me. Other people might say, hey, I don't really feel like it's a sacrifice because there's nothing I'd rather be doing. So it just depends on how you approach it and your frame. And we started to talk about frame in the first session. And so framing is so important. And one of my friends, Gary V, who's this internet star, talks about it all the time. He's like, optimism as a strategy. And that's just another way of saying it's how you look at it.
Yeah, I completely agree. And like, for me, I've thought about this a lot, right? Because I'm still in high school, and I know that my success on the track or my success athletically will come from how hard I work, but really it's what am I willing to sacrifice to get to that next level, right? Whether it's sacrificing, the junk food that I love to eat, or it's maybe not going out late and maybe not staying out late with my friends and doing this because I have training next morning or I have a meet. And so in my mind, I know that I'm willing to sacrifice whatever, right, it takes to get to the next level, to get on the podium or to do this, right, as I'm getting older. And so I agree with you that it's different for some people. Some people view sacrifice as something not necessarily negative, but that it's not even a sacrifice because they'd rather be doing something else. But like in my mind, just me sacrificing something to get to the next level is just like a testament that like I will do whatever it takes in a sense. And so by sacrificing things that may not seem like as big of a sacrifice, whether it's like junk food or something small, but it's still something that I'm giving up in order to get something in return from what my original goal would be.
I will jump in and say this, Ezra. I think that everything you're talking about is often looked at as something that, like you mentioned, I have to give up to get, whereas in many ways, I think it's a gift. And I'll tell you what I mean by that. I'm constantly surrounded by athletes that are always looking for what they need to do to get to that next level because they don't have any clue. Mm-hmm. So they're constantly reinventing themselves. They're struggling to find that consistency of a plan. They're constantly saying to themselves, I need to try this workout regimen compared to that workout regimen. And then all of a sudden they feel like the rabbit watching the turtle speed past them. And for many, we don't understand what we need to do individually to be successful. So if you look at some of these incredible athletes like the Tom Brady, another guy that comes to mind is a guy by the name of Chris Chelios who played in the National Hockey League up in the age of 45. They were in tune with themselves. They were in tune with their body. They knew what worked for them. So it wasn't so much they had to sacrifice. They just knew the little things they needed to do to be successful. So it's also in the terminology and the way that you reason with yourself as to what you need to do. It's not a sacrifice. It's just, this is what I need to do. It's not I'm giving up something. This is just what I need to do. And it's a completely different mind shift compared to, you know, I'm not going to get to go to the movies because I have to train tomorrow. I'm not going to get a chance to go to that party because I got to train tomorrow. No, this is what I'm going to do because this is just what I do.
Yeah. It's not even like a thought about either or. It's like, you already know, it's like, that's just what I'm going to do.
Yeah. And what happens is your true support team are those who understand what you do.
And respect that. And they respect that. Yeah.
Well, and in respecting that, they also truly will value the time that you have to give to them when you're in season. So that, you know, it is what it is. Like, I remember being in high school and realizing I'm not going to get to go to any dances. I'm not going to get to go to any parties because of the sport I played. Thursday onward, you had no life. But what ended up happening was you realize your support group and who they are and what they are and what they all really mean to you and what you mean to them when they value the fact that you're able to hang out. They don't give you a hard time because you're able to hang out. They don't make jokes, oh, you're with us tonight. It's none of that stuff. It's them encouraging the fact that, hey, listen, this is what our buddy Ezra does. And that's just what he does, right? And we know that his training is going to go on for 6 or 7 months, but then after that, you know, it's la vida loca, you know, when it's time to just be us guys or whoever it may be. Does that make sense?
Girls too.
Totally.
That leads to a whole different conversation though, because I feel like there are a lot of times when people care too much about what other people think. And not about their own well-being. Like, if people care that you're riding or like training or doing something else that is better for you or for your career, they're not the people for you. And it took me a long time to realize that. And so that's a whole different ballgame. Because my husband, he'll tell me to stop working. He'll tell me to stop doing something. Go ride your bike. Like, this is your priority, is your career. Go ride your bike. But I've had people who didn't like that I was riding my bike with my dad. Like, spending time with my dad and training was bad. They weren't the right people. So that's a whole different conversation.
Wow.
Well, I think also, if I chip in a little bit, that intuition, and it's that fine line of trusting your own instincts and your sensibilities that have been informed by however long you've been on the planet, and to not underestimate that education of your time on the planet and knowing yourself, because you obviously came out of the womb of a mother, and all of us did, and we had a mother and a father, and we begin that, you know, step-by-step experience from being born into way we're raised, and then into a formal education, whatever that means, in different parts of the world. But trusting your own intuition, because that's more informed than anybody else. And that's why I was always really careful, for better or for worse, you know, depending on someone's perspective of how I coached. But it was because I was raised by really unique parents. And what they always, from the very beginning, in terms of being able to understand and have dialogue with two loving parents that raised 6 children, was trust yourself. And that was the flashlight, the compass that they continued to kind of encourage and nourished, and said, what are you thinking? And you know better than anyone else. Now, with that said, I'm all about toolbox, experts, advocacy, kitchen cabinet, mentors. I mean, I have a whole nother realm of how important it is to have people that are more objective than we are, because our own life experience is so subjective. It's important to have others that see it differently. But trusting yourself is so critical. And I'm thinking of Michael Jordan, you know, when everyone thought he was crazy to step away to play baseball. Whether he was awful or good or somewhere in between as a baseball player, that doesn't matter. That's what he felt he needed to do before he came back to win 3 more championships with the Bulls, 6 titles, you know, with a break in between in baseball, a 3-peat break in baseball, another 3-peat, 6 NBA championships. And that was Michael Jordan listening to himself, because no one else on the planet, including his own parents, probably would say play baseball. And it wasn't about baseball and being Ted Williams or Barry Bonds or another great athlete. It was about him listening intuitively to needing a break, to recharge, to re-energize, to get close to the full expression of his potential of not only as a basketball player, but just whatever his life is about, you know. So with that said, I think just Ezra and, you know, everyone's kind of collective view here. I mean, when I look back on my own career, athletes I've coached, different stops, you know, hopefully the payoff of sport as a metaphor for life is that we get more in tune, and we're talking about with breath, breathing, and loving environment, and being curious, and being open and humble and flexible and adaptive in our approaches, is that we never arrive at perfection, but we move closer to that mastery of how to operate. And everyone here tonight, I'm already inspired about tomorrow hitting the ground running because of the information that's been shared here on so many different levels, you know. But I think it's really the questions asked are so important, because it's, I think through the decades, it naturally informs us to kind of realize that slowing down is okay, that we actually can perform at a higher level with less fuel or energy being expended, that actually by stepping away when we come back, we're more informed to crush it and perform at a higher level. But unless we take that step back, you know, we may be headed to burnout. And I've had athletes who committed suicide, as we all know, you know, mental health and that aspect of, you know, the world, not just in our country, but beyond, is struggling with. I think sometimes perfection can be tricky. It's like you want to be competitive, you want to refine and do things well, but you don't want it to get to a point where it cripples us or leads to an unhealthy place, where we're beating ourselves up and not celebrating the joy, the gratitude of just taking a breath that we talked about earlier, and how important just being able to breathe and stand up in the morning and, you know, be able to face another day. So I just think it's great that everyone is here tonight discussing these subjects, because it reminds me of what's more important, what the priority should be, and we got to really lock in on that. I'm through these questions you guys are asking, I'm looking back on maybe some of the student athletes I work with don't commit suicide if they had a chance to participate in a discussion or dialogue like tonight. And who knows, you know, we don't know that, but that's what's so healthy and good about getting it out there. Not suicide's an extreme, but there's even someone being depressed or having doubt, you know, or not performing at the level they're capable of because of something that's related to trying to be perfect or looking for the answers and whatnot. And I think this has been a really healthy, joyful exploration and discussing matters. And I'm so grateful you guys asked these poignant questions.
Yeah, it's been great. Thank you. Thank you for hosting a wonderful evening.
Thank
and
you.
I feel like I would kind of like to end it on Coach Jason and Brian's, and yours too, Coach Lav. Biggest piece of advice that you would give somebody, an athlete, whether they're starting out or in the game for a long time, whatever that advice you wish you had.
Brian and Jason guys start.
I mean, I know it's this, and I wish I could have given myself this advice. Take those breaths and just enjoy it. Like when you're, we try to tell the guys like at halftime or like even like when you get a spell in the middle of your event or during life or even during a difficult time, just take a breath and take it all in and just enjoy the moment, because you're not going to have another moment like that ever again. So just take the breaths and enjoy the process as best as you can every day. That's it.
I will piggyback that, and I will jump on this point that echoes what you just said, Brian. If any of you have had the chance to watch professional athletes in action, in practice, working out, they're just like you. They're a bunch of little kids. They have fun in everything they do. They have fun in what they need to do to prepare to do what they do. And I will tell you this, when it comes down to your last race, your last game, your last event, whatever it may be, you're going to take the time to look around that locker room, to look up in the stands, and you're going to take it all in. And my advice to you is this: rather than waiting for that moment to be your last game and to do all of that, start doing that now. Have 100 last games and that cool feeling and that excitement. Have 100 of those experiences rather than waiting for that one. And just have fun with what you do, because I promise you, that's what the pros do. So good luck to you all. And thank you for giving us a chance to chat with you all tonight. And I hope you guys, surprise yourselves. That's what I really hope.
Yeah, I think what I would share is not exactly, maybe related, because tonight's been a wonderful mix of, freedom to express and riffing like good jazz, right? It's a fusion of different perspectives, which is what makes this experience so fantastic. I would say that idea, not that I'm into relativism, but that everything matters, but nothing matters, that balance that as you get older through the decades, you begin to realize, and that's something you can't, go to a weekend self-help, experience. You have to really live it yourself. And I just know when I look at my student athletes and teams and people I know and family and losing a mom and a dad and getting through cancer and getting fired a couple times, getting roughed up, that counterintuitively, that's where the magic is. It sounds paradoxical. It sounds like a contradiction or an irony or something that, isn't in our traditional sense, self-help in a Anthony Robbins or Norman Vincent Peale way. But that's where the good stuff lies, in the struggle. And so if you can kind of continue to navigate, I love Kipling's If, even though it's a long time ago when it was first written, a father to his son. And it's really back to balance. We talked about that in a number of different ways, that in this journey, this bittersweet miracle we call life, if we can somehow navigate that with some grace and some poise, we've won. I always told my players, independent of the outcome of our season, whether we were 30 and 10, or we were 20 and 10, or we were 10 and 20, that if they kind of handled a season where they kept their grace and they treated one another well, that would serve them down the line beyond sport. And I not that I'm any less competitive as the decades go by, but you just kind of start to get a heightened sense of things when you lose loved ones and you've been around and gotten beaten up enough that you're like, damn, that's where the good stuff is. That's where the real truth and the special things are. And not that you're not rooting on hardship by any means. You don't want anyone to deal with hardship if you care about them. But you realize it'll get, it's special. And so that's why we talk about tonight. I mean, Paralympic athletes, you know, Clayton drawing me in, obviously Ezra, his son, Bahar, the mother of, you know, of a beautiful person in Ezra. But the inspiration, it sounds trite, border on corny or cliche, but if you lived it and you go through it like I was able to last year, that's where I'm grateful, because of just being able to draw inspiration from people that adapt, that adjust, that use ingenuity, resourcefulness, toughness, resiliency, all these words that seem empty, but when they're really put to work, and it's not just a Hallmark card, it's real, every day, being able to inspire others. So I'm just grateful.
The primary physician will probably give you a list of individuals. Whenever it's a major surgery, I recommend one or getting a second opinion. Most great physicians will never be offended if you have a second opinion to get input. And you want to also think about the team that they have to support them, because you're not going to be only interacting with a physician. You'll be interacting with their nursing staff, their support team, and you want to understand their level of accessibility. What do you need to think about before you're having surgery from a rehab and recovery standpoint? Well, you want to think of timelines. You want to think of, when are you going to have enough time and support for family members or other loved ones to be with you to enable maximum recovery from surgery. I think that's something that you really have to keep in mind, and prepare yourself to maximize your strength, whether the surgery be a spine fusion, a hip surgery, an amputation. You want to make sure that you're having the right support to be able to execute the rehab. Dr. Badakian will talk a little bit more about inpatient rehab later, but you want to make sure that you don't have surgery without knowing that you have a post-operative plan in place to get better afterwards. Other questions in terms of what do you have to have mapped out in advance? I think one of the key things in terms of mapping things out in advance is to write down questions. Before you meet with your physician, have questions at hand so that if you could, in fact, email them or send them to the office in advance. That'll give the physician an opportunity to read and be prepared, because you might have limited time with the doctor. You want to get the most out of it. And that leads me into my last and most important point, I think, in terms of being an advocate for yourselves. You know what you want and need. Don't let a doctor tell you this is what you have to do. If you're going to the physician, it's because there's something that's valuable for you. Think about what it is that you're trying to achieve. Are you considering a surgery because you're having difficulty walking? Are you considering a certain rehabilitation intervention because your daily life is compromised, because you want to do more sports? Think about what's important to you, and say to the doctor, these are the functions that are challenging for me. These are the things that I want to improve on. And if you direct the conversation, you're likely to have an increased ability to get more out of things than simply letting the doctor tell you. Because we can say what we expect, but we don't know what your life truly is. So this is your opportunity. Tell your story. Get the doctors to understand what's important to you. And then when the conversation's over, take notes, follow up, make sure that you're getting written instructions. It's really important to follow up with your doctor and their team. If you don't ask for something, you're not going to get it. That's my number one thing. If you don't ask, you won't get it. And aim high, aim for the world, and have short-term goals, middle-term goals, and long-term goals, and see how your team can work with you. It's about creating a relationship, not for one day, but for a lifetime. And I'm going to be answering some questions at the end as well. What I wanted to do is through this flap, I wanted to introduce Connell Doyle, an attorney, a trial lawyer, and physicians and lawyers work closely together in this space to make sure that you're getting what you need to succeed. So I'm going to hand it over to Connell to introduce himself and talk a little bit further.
It's an honor to be with you all, and it's also an honor to be with two great local rehab doctors here in Los Angeles, Dr. Cotton and Dr. Budakian. As Ryan had mentioned, I've been a trial lawyer for almost 25 years now, but I've been an amputee for almost 50. I was born without my right leg, and I wanted to go into the practice of personal injury law to help people that have been injured. And so in my practice, I represent basically the patient population that these two doctors treat and the membership of this organization, which is, you know, folks with amputation injuries, spinal cord injuries, brain injuries, and such. And in addition to doing the personal injury type work, I do a lot of work fighting against insurance companies to try to get proper health benefits paid out. And that's what I want to talk today a little bit about.
Connell, if I can ask, one of the questions was posed was, what do you do when you're denied insurance reimbursement? What do patients do at that point?
So you've got a few different options. So the typical scenario that I see is somebody comes to me, a lot of times it's prosthetics, and the insurance companies denied their prosthetic limb and said, look, you know, the prosthetic limb isn't medically necessary, or it's experimental investigational. There's a couple different things you can do when you get that information. The first is you certainly can appeal and go up the level of appellate review with the insurance company. There's going to be an initial written denial. A lot of times they just reflexively deny things, and they do it to see if you're going to follow up on it. They do it to delay the process. Sometimes they do it properly, you know, in good faith, but a lot of times they don't. So you can appeal that process to another level, and sometimes there's two levels of appeal. If that doesn't work, usually people come to me, and it's usually time to consult an attorney to look at what the next options are. And I'll talk about that a little bit more. But the third option real quick that you can do, and a lot of people don't realize, and part of what I do free consultations when folks call me about this, and a lot of times I just end up telling them that they just need to get a new insurance plan. So that leads me to a point that is important, and that is, how do you determine if you have the right insurance company and the right insurance plan? And so if you're an amputee, or if you have a spinal cord injury, if you have medical needs that are expensive that you know you need to have covered, you need to actually look at the insurance plan documents, and not just the schedules of what's paid out, depending whether you're in network or out of network. You have to go and get something that's called the evidence of coverage, which is the actual plan documents, and read it. And you want to look at two sections. You want to look at the first section that says what is covered, and you want to make sure that there's a provision in there that covers, in this case, we'll just say prosthetics, and to see whether there's any limitations on that. And then you need to look at the provisions in the plan that says what is not covered. They're also called exclusions, to make sure that there's no exclusions that would apply to prosthetics. That will then give you an idea of what the plan covers. But you can't stop there. The insurance companies oftentimes will create policies, written policies, that are not part of the evidence of coverage. They're not binding on you. They're just policies these insurance companies come up with. Sometimes they're justified, sometimes they're not. You can always fight those. But for example, anybody that has prosthetic limbs are familiar with policies that say, well, microprocessor technology is covered under these circumstances or is not covered. And those are a lot of the cases I see, is where more expensive technology like microprocessor prosthetics are denied. And I get involved to see if we can, rattle the saber a little bit, or oftentimes file lawsuits. So I handle a lot of individual lawsuits against insurance companies where claims have been denied, and including some like $7-figure $1 million plus recoveries for the patient, in addition to getting the insurance or the actual device paid for. I was also recently involved in an insurance class action against United Healthcare, where we challenged the way that United Healthcare did its claims practices and got them to change their practices and reprocess past claims. So that's sort of kind of in a nutshell as to what some of the basic issues are. I know this is very superficial, but my time is up and I want to pass it on to Dr. Budakian so he can tell you a little bit about himself. Great local rehab doctor. He has a lot to offer. And then at the end, we can take further questions on anybody's specific situation that they're dealing with.
Thank you, Connell, and thank you again for this opportunity to participate in the Angel City Sports Games. So my name is Christopher Budakian. I'm a physiatrist, just like Dr. Cotton. Sounds not a psychiatrist, but a physiatrist. We're rehab and functional experts, quality of life experts. I'm the medical director here at California Rehab Institute. And a lot of what I do is on the inpatient side after major injuries, brain injury. I particularly specialize in spinal cord injury, strokes, but I also have an outpatient practice where we deal with sports injuries and perhaps maybe not as severe injuries, but nonetheless, injuries none the same. And it's important to be able to navigate our healthcare system because it's challenging, and I probably, my fellow panelists will admit, we even have challenges navigating the healthcare system, and we're supposed to be somewhat of experts at it. To add to Connell's point, another good resource to have in the event of insurance denials is a strong physician advocate. And the power we have as physicians is when we speak to the insurance companies, we have the opportunity to speak to another physician on the other end. And truly, we also have the opportunity to ask for a specialist that's in our same category. So we can ask for a physical medicine rehabilitation specialist. And more often than not, it's easier to discuss these matters with another physician than with an administrator from an insurance company. If you can make a great logical argument, you can oftentimes come to either a compromise or even get what it is you're looking for your patient. So it's really important, like Dr. Cotton said, to kind of think about the team that you guys have working for you. And we as physicians are here to work for you. We partner up with you, and you are the person that we serve, and we're here to help you with our expertise and guide you along this process. But really, we're here to help you navigate this. Some of the other questions that I'd like to maybe address are some of the success stories that I've seen in my experience at Cal Rehab. And really, I think sports have been the strongest tool in recovery. Some of my patients that have had the best recovery after a devastating injury, like a spinal cord injury, have been the ones that have adopted back to getting into sports and doing so early on in the process. It has physical, mental, benefits. It's truly amazing. We've seen people pick up mountain biking where they got injured from mountain biking and they hopped right back on that bike and continue to do what it is they loved. I have other patients that ran their first marathon after they had a spinal cord injury from a wheelchair. So sports are really important. It's a great tool, a great motivator, and I can't recommend it highly enough. And of course, incorporating friends and family into the rehab process. The emotional support that you get is crucial, especially in these times of COVID and the pandemic, and hospitals have limited visitation policies, so that face-to-face contact is limited. Having the ability to at least connect via social media, via Zoom, via outlets like this, help people get through these difficult processes in their life.
Thank you. Thanks so much for that, Kris. Should we open this up to some questions for the group over here to see that we can address?
Yes, we had some questions from Elizabeth Roth to Connell. She was asking specifically about Medi-Cal, like when we have no choice in insurance plans, like how can you plan or act accordingly?
That's a great question. So with Medi-Cal, you have much your rights are not nearly as good as you have when you have a private health insurance plan. So you can get a lot more done with a private health insurance plan. My best recommendation with Medi-Cal would be back to a really great point that Dr. Budakian raised, and that is that a strong physician advocate is oftentimes your best avenue to get the care. I don't know how, and maybe you can weigh in on this. I don't know how well that works with Medi-Cal. There's very few legal remedies that you have with Medi-Cal. So from a legal perspective, those cases are very difficult. But from a practical perspective, involving the doctors or the healthcare providers are important. One of the interesting things about what Dr. Budakian said is that you're supposed to be able to talk to another specialist at a insurance company in your specialty, but unfortunately that's actually rarely the case. And when it comes to prosthetics, it's almost never the case. So with prosthetics, for example, I just litigated this national class action against United Healthcare and took a bunch of depositions of all their medical directors. I found out that the guy that was driving the training of all the physicians, PM&R physicians, physical medicine and rehab physicians, as well as setting the policies related to prosthetics, was a guy who was a high school dropout, got a GED, had no background training, education in medicine or prosthetics whatsoever. And he was the guy, he was basically a guy that was familiar with durable medical equipment, wheelchairs and stuff. And he was the guy behind the scenes that was supposedly training physical medicine or rehab doctors. A lot of times when you have a prosthetic and you have a medical doctor that signs off on the prosthetic, they have very limited involvement and very limited knowledge, unless you're a physical medicine or rehab doctor. And then many of them do not have a lot of knowledge about prosthetics, about the specific componentry and what the difference between an X3 and a genium, or the different types of feet and what's appropriate for different types of folks. These two docs probably do. They probably know a lot about it, but a lot of them don't. And certainly general physicians, family physicians, they really know very little, if anything, about it. And so a lot of times you have to have what's called a peer-to-peer review, where your physician that signed off on your prosthetic prescriptions talking to some medical doctor at the insurance company that knows very little about the prosthetics. And I've deposed these people, so I know that they don't know very much about the prosthetics, because I know a lot more than they do, and I shouldn't. But, so that's one of the struggles that you get sometimes with the insurance companies, which is why oftentimes you end up needing to take a bigger stick out of your back pocket and go after them.
Yeah, I can attest to that as well. It's really important when we are picking our providers that are helping us through this process. We do question and make sure that they are the experts in what it is we're looking for. Prosthetics is another thing that I'm passionate about, limb loss care. I agree. Sometimes I'm on the phone and I'm speaking to a family physician or an internal medicine physician who has very little experience. And in those cases, I then have to start citing medical literature, research to show and make my point. It's possible, but it does become challenging. And at times you do need to have a lawyer or an attorney help you with this process as well. Sometimes that component plays a big part in getting what it is you need. And I hate to say it, but the squeaky wheel does get the grease. So the more you advocate for yourself, the more likely you are to get what it is you need.
And on the soft side of things, as much as it's not the legal realm or the effective road in terms of demanding things, developing good relationships, knowing that if you have the right physician and team on board, develop a relationship with their secretary or their assistant. These are people that are going to be helpful. If they like you, they're pissed off that they're not getting what you want either. They might be fighting for you. They might also be very frustrated. So know that they're trying to help and get them on your side, because if they have 20 patients that they're trying to fight for and 10 of them are just yelling at them and upset, and another 2 are really trying to say, gosh, I appreciate what you're doing, they're going to want to help you more. So that's little things.
That's a good point. I definitely think that when my assistant brings things up to me, the ones he mentions first are the ones that get the priority of my attention. And so, yeah, making good with the office staff is just as important as having a good relationship with the physician, because they push a lot of the things through that we do. Without a doubt.
Yeah, that's great. That's great advice. I think that Elizabeth Roth had a question that she couldn't type out. Elizabeth, can you unmute, or can we unmute her so she can ask her question?
Thank you. Thank you for letting me do that. I have a lot of motor control issues and wasn't gonna. Thank you for this. And I don't want to monopolize this, but I think I'm going to represent a voice that's not heard often in any of these things, and that would be, I had a traumatic brain. I have trouble speaking. Traumatic brain injury. In 2 days, it's going to be. I just have trouble saying numbers too. So 10 plus that many years. I've never had an advocate. I was told from the beginning. I mean, I was blinded. I couldn't talk. I was paralyzed. There was no chance in recovery, that this injury doesn't heal. And I never, ever, ever have. And I'm in Inland Empire. I was never given any rehab, ever. My whole entire life has been every minute, and I was originally an athlete, so I have an athlete mentality. I had so many therapists that the insurance would approve, but they knew nothing of my brain injury stuff, so I was be discharged constantly, maybe after the first or second time. I was never given a chance, ever. Every time I advocated and fought for myself, it made them hate me more. I've never had any primary care doctor or anyone who's ever been interested. I think with Medi-Cal, at least in this area, there's no one that fights. If you ask for things, it's just giving them more work, like asking for a referral out of network or asking for therapies. I'm sorry, that type of thing. So for someone who does not, I'm telling you, that many years for someone who couldn't be trying harder. And I'm healing in ways that I've come up with on my own, but it's I can't. I'm absolutely being denied the opportunity to recover or heal because I'm not getting. It's not just that the insurance and so when you're that, here's what it is. I'm so sorry. When you're severely injured cognitively, with speech, with yourself, and you can't make these phone calls, and in fact, I never got my original lawsuit, and I was hit at a red light from the back, stopped at a red light in the back because I couldn't formulate the words to talk to an attorney, when you're that bad off, you're not able to promote yourself. You're not able to ask for these things. You're not able to even find them. And then it's just a deaf ear, and then you just become a problem to people. In fact, they don't. It's the opposite. And I'm aware, because of being part of things like this, what it's like in Los Angeles or other places where people do have family, people advocating for them, or doctors. You get it. I know originally you're supposed to have a team. I had spinal cord injury too. I should have had a team. No one in this entire area took Medi-Cal who were orthopedists, neurologists. I never had a neurologist. I know it. How do I get help? How do I get my life back? How do I get into rehab? How do I move into a different area? This is my first time I was so excited that you all were here, because what do you do with a person who can be an adaptive athlete, who has all that in them, who has gotten this far, this many years, all on their own? But I don't even know what time of day it is. I have my cognition is just, you see what I mean?
So I have a good suggestion for you, Elizabeth. If resources are limited and you don't have a team that you can draw upon, and I fully understand the challenges when it comes to navigating the healthcare system with Medi-Cal. What you need to do, if you haven't already, is find a support group. for every injury out there, for every major injury, there's a support group out there. And for brain injury, there's one called the Brain Injury Association of California, and they have resources on their website, low cost, free resources. A lot of times they have attorneys that can help out pro bono. But more importantly, there's support groups out there where you can draw upon the experience of others that have gone through what you
I've
are
been to
going
all
through.
of them, and I have never been to one where a person did not have a family or caregiver leading the way. I have never. For those of us who don't have that, it's these things. That's what I'm saying. These things are wonderful if you have that, but if you do not have someone advocating for you, someone who can fill out. I mean, I haven't been able to go to even primary care for over a year. For example, I'm so vision impaired and I have problems with these numbers like dyslexia, I would call it. In order to even get an appointment, you must say all your number. You must say the membership number, your address, without that, and they absolutely been not able to get past that. I said, that is my actual disability. I said, so that which, there's nothing wrong with my intelligence, but my cognition is so, and my delivery. And so I haven't even been able to get primary care for nearly 2 years.
Have you looked into Rancho Los Amigos at all?
Yeah, and I had my first intake appointment right when they switched my insurance to this managed care part of Medi-Cal.
So they don't take it over there?
She's probably out of the network.
That's why I almost feel like I need to move. But also for the attorney side of it, I mean, this was caused by someone else. This accident was someone else, and I was at a red light, hit from the back, stopped at a red light, and I had huge amount of insurance on me through USAA that paid nothing because
How long ago was this, Elizabeth?
Okay,
that you were hit?
I have to do with fingers. I'm sorry. 2, right? Oh, wait, yeah. Sorry.
Like 20 years ago?
No, that was trying to do the year. So it's basically 10. It's 10 plus that many years ago.
14 years?
Yeah.
14 years? Yeah, there's a statute of limitations.
What about bad faith?
Well, there's a statute of limitations on all legal actions, and for both bad faith and for personal injury in California, it's 2 years.
Bad faith too, huh? I've been hoping.
Well, there's certain circumstances where bad faith can be breach of contract, which can be a little longer, can be up to
but
5
nothing
years.
this long. Huh?
But nothing that's anywhere near 14 years. No. So if this happened 14 years ago, there wouldn't be a claim anymore legally for the person that hit you if that accident happened 14 years ago.
Yeah, that's how long it took to me to be able to be at this level of verbalization. So.
Are you sure it was 14 years?
Yeah. And bad faith is I had my insurance. I had something called MedPay.
Right. Well, MedPay would be part of various insurance coverages.
It was an option I had personally for that many $100,000 and that many $500,000. A huge amount. Because
so you never made a claim to your own.
Yeah,
insurance?
I did, but they did it was like out of a movie, they gave me the runaround. They knew what my situation was. I have all of that paperwork. I see everything. But at a certain point, I couldn't see, I couldn't talk, and I was, moderate brain injury.
So Elizabeth, maybe we can get your contact information. And
thank you. Yeah, I didn't mean to
offline.
Over the phone.
Yeah, just to give everybody a chance to.
Of course.
Well, so if you can send me your just email or telephone number.
Of course.
And we'll get in touch with you.
Thank you.
The discussion.
Thank you so much.
So we had a question also from Jen asking about competition classification and I'm not sure if like it's not very clear what the answer is. So maybe I can just ask you to.
I think he might be referring to competition classification by Paralympic standards, perhaps.
Yes. So Jen, could you? I'm just going to unmute. Could you unmute yourself and just bring up the question? Xiao Jen? I think you probably have to unmute yourself so that you can ask your question.
Hello?
Oh yes, okay, great.
Sorry, I'm not very familiar with these facilities. Yeah, my question is, I'm really interested in how the classification the doctor do for the competition. You know, for the Paralympic athlete need to be classified before the competition. Do you have the how do you do in American? I don't know very. I don't know this in details, but I'm very interested in this. You know, the competition has a different level, and yeah, so
I mean,
is a doctor doing the classification, or a specialist people doing that?
So, I mean, if you're okay, Ryan, I have a little bit of experience in this, not a whole lot. So for the IPC classifications for the International Paralympic Committee, and they apply to pretty much all adaptive sports, it could be a physician, it could be a physical therapist, and it could actually be an athletic trainer.
Oh, okay.
That's qualified. And they have, depending on the sport, they have pretty descriptive classifications of trying to even out or level out the field for all the athletes. For instance, in the track type of activities, using a chair for shot put versus not using a chair for shot put for truncal stability. It's a very detailed outline. And I don't know all the details. I used to be part of that world a little while ago, and I have kind of lost a little touch. I don't know them, but to answer your question, it could be a physician, therapist, or an athletic trainer that do these classifications. And it's a very strict guideline. It's a by the book thing, and you get a certain number of points based on your level of injury. And however many points you get clumped into a class to compete, to level the playing.
So how can be people for doing the classification? Must be a physician or physiotherapist?
So like I said, yeah, it's either a physician, a physical therapist, or a certified athletic trainer, an ATC. I think those are the only three specialties or professionals that are involved in the classifications, if I'm not mistaken. I could be incorrect.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
First of all, welcome everyone. Angel City Sports is an amazing organization. I've enjoyed participating with it for the past few years. My background is I'm a physiatrist and a pediatric physiatrist as a specialty. Physiatry is otherwise known as physical medicine and rehab. It's a medical specialty that focuses on function and how we can assist patients being more active in the community and in their life. Kind of a cross between neurology, orthopedics, physical therapy, occupational therapy, kind of all in one. And sports is something that I've always been very passionate about. My background is I used to play rugby, and now I enjoy participating in polo. I was going to talk a little bit about working with a rehab doctor as a team, as you develop medical support so that you can advocate for yourself and get the right tools to be successful in navigating this crazy healthcare system. One of the questions that came up in past sessions was with regards to surgeons and making decisions about how do you make a decision if you need to have surgery? How do you choose a surgeon? How do you prepare in advance for a big surgery? And my recommendations for that is the same as with any doctor, is, you know, talk to your primary physician to see who they have relationships with, because your primary doctor is going to continue to be involved in your care. If you have a rehab doctor, we often serve as that fulcrum or that navigation point to work to get access to other physicians that deal with function. See that you can develop a team that works together. So if you're at one hospital and it's a great hospital, you might have a physician at that same hospital that can collaborate. Second opinions are something that I strongly recommend. Most excellent physicians will never be offended if you ask for a second opinion. So that's something to certainly consider in the process. But I think the key thing with whomever you decide to go with as a surgeon, a rehab doctor, or any other specialist for that matter, is to make sure that you're coming to the appointment prepared. Write down questions in advance if you can, because that's going to give you an opportunity to make sure to get them answered. If you have the option of emailing the staff or the office in advance, that'll allow the physician to be as prepared as possible to help you, so that you can focus that time on asking things that are important. So if you can provide information to the doctor in advance, that'll give them a chance to help you even more. When you're deciding on having surgery, think about the rehab process, that it might take 3, 6 or more months to recover fully and to get strong to the point that you want to get after a surgery. So think about timing. Do you have the support mechanisms in place? Do you have the team in place? Have you already looked at the rehab plan prior to moving forward with something? And usually most surgeons will be collaborating with a rehab doctor for that. If you have the ability to bring someone with you to that appointment, a loved one, an advocate, someone in healthcare if possible, that's helpful to take notes. But no matter what gets answered or not answered in that session, don't forget to follow up with the docs, because sometimes they might make recommendations and send you on their way and get overwhelmed with other patients. So they might not follow up with you. So don't be embarrassed to follow up and ask for things. I think when a doctor understands what your life is like day to day, what your interests are, what your goals are from a sports standpoint or other interests, it gives the physician a better opportunity to give you the advice curtailed to you, as opposed to simply saying, this is your problem, this is what I think this is. Things should really be focused on you. So ask the questions for you, and hopefully you'll get the right answers. And don't stop. If you feel that your question isn't answered, or they haven't given you an explanation that meets your understanding, ask the question. I mean, our job is to work for you, to help you. So ask us, say, hey, gosh, doc, I didn't understand that, or explain to me the benefits and the risks. Our goal is to empower you to make informed decisions. We have additional knowledge, and our goal is to really allow you to make your decision, but we're here to help. And we'll be taking questions at the end, but I wanted to transition to have Connell talk from a lawyer standpoint, as a highly regarded trial lawyer in this arena, working with individuals that are requesting access for services. I'd like him to introduce himself and talk a little bit further at this point.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Connell Doyle. I'm honored to be here, and want to just thank Clay Freck and Angel City Sports for getting me involved in this organization about 5 years ago. I'm really passionate about the organization because I'm a disabled athlete, or was. I was born without my right leg, and I'm a former alpine ski racer, 3-tracker, and also played a lot of sports against able-bodied athletes growing up and through my 20s. I'm getting a little older, longer in the tooth now, so I'm not as active as I was. But, you know, as I was alluded to, I've been a trial lawyer now almost 25 years, and I'm passionate about helping injured people, and got into this to represent folks like myself who suffered amputations, as well as people with spinal cord injuries, brain injuries. And I do a lot of that in my practice. And the other thing that's a big part of my practice is the topic of tonight that's near and dear to everybody's heart, and that's payer source. And how do you get paid for the medical services you need, and specifically private insurance. So the way this usually works is I get a call from someone like you all and said, you know, I'm an amputee, I just lost my leg, I need a prosthetic leg. You know, my doctor recommended it, my prosthetist sent in the claim form, and my insurance company says, you don't need a leg. Or you don't need this leg, or it's experimental investigational. And when that happens, you've got a few different options. I just want to lay that out real quick. And then talk about some of the important things that you can do to sort of analyze before you get into the situation, maybe what type of insurance plan might be good for you. So when you get denied by an insurance company, you've got a few options. You want to involve your healthcare provider to help you with this process, but you have the ability to do an appeal to the insurance company, sometimes multiple levels of appeals, where you provide more information, educate them as to exactly why, you know, the device that you want, whether it be a prosthetic or any other type of medical device, is medically necessary. You also have the ability to seek legal advice. Most people think that when they're denied by health insurance, that's the end of the line, and that the insurance company is the one that can make that final decision, but they can. It's just it's a contract between you and the insurance company, a health plan, and oftentimes, very often, they don't act in good faith. They deny valid claims. I know this because I've been litigating these cases for almost 20 years, and have done them across the country, national class actions, individual health claims here in California. And I see time and again health insurance companies denying valid claims and giving folks the runaround. So sometimes the claims are valid, the denials are valid, I mean, and you don't have coverage in your plan. So sometimes the option for you is not just appealing or getting legal advice, but sometimes it's simply to change plans and get a plan that fits your medical needs. So let me talk about that. As a patient, as a layperson, how do you know what to look for, and what do you look for? You need to make sure that you get, when you're getting insurance, that you look at the actual and read the actual plan documents, which is not just the spreadsheet that everybody tends to focus on that says, well, you get 50% out of network, 80% in network, $5,000 deductible, or whatever it is, and that affects the premiums. People focus on that. But you also, if you know you have specific medical needs, and we'll use an amputee as an example, you need to look at the part of the insurance plan that says what is covered, and it needs to have a line that says prosthetics. You need to read that and see what it says. Does it limit what type of prosthetics is covered? For example, does it have an exclusion, or does it say it doesn't include microprocessors? And that leads me to the next thing, part of the plan you need to look at. You need to look at the plan that says, usually they use in lay term, they say what is not covered. Sometimes it's labeled exclusions. And you have to look at that and read it in connection with the part of the plan that says what is covered. Make sure that there's no specific types of devices that are excluded, carved out from the plan. But that's not it. That's not all. You then have to actually, you have specific medical issues. You just go on Google and say you have a prosthetic, or you want to get a prosthetic and you're interested in a microprocessor knee. You have Anthem. You can type into Google Anthem Blue Cross microprocessor knee policy. They'll come up with a policy that they've created. They'll tell you under what circumstances you're covered. And you need to bring all this to your healthcare provider, educate them as to what your plan actually covers, because that can help them sort of tailor the types of information they give the insurance company, and it's different from insurance company to insurance company. And one quick example is some plans say, well, you don't get devices for schoolwork or for school or for work. And so a lot of times doctors put a lot of stuff in there to justify it and say, well, he's got to do all this stuff for work or for school. And that's not helping because the plan actually says we don't provide prosthetics for those reasons. So you got to tailor the language carefully. You actually have to educate your doctors sometimes as to what the plans say to help them. And so I know that I don't have a lot of time right now. I want to pass this on to Dr. Budakian here in a second, and we're going to take questions. But one of the things that he's going to talk about is like being a patient advocate, not taking no for an answer, and being the squeaky wheel, right? So you have to advocate for yourself. You have to fight for what you want, and you can't necessarily take no for an answer. And so just because an insurance company tells you, no, it's not covered, no, we won't pay for it, that is not the end of the line. You have options, you have rights, and you need to follow up on that if you want to really get the health coverage and the health benefits that you deserve.
Thank you, Connell. So my name is Christopher Budakian. I'm also a physiatrist like Dr. Cotton. We work in slightly different settings. I'm the medical director at California Rehab Institute. I primarily practice inpatient rehab. However, I do also have an outpatient program as well in clinic. So many times people come to us at Cal Rehab after some kind of devastating injury, whether it's a spinal cord injury, a limb loss, brain injury, what have you. And the goal with the initial course of inpatient rehab is to get the person to a level where they can make that transition back to the community and back to the home. And sometimes this means relearning all the basics, from walking to doing basic toilet hygiene in the bathroom, taking care of yourself, dressing yourself, washing, feeding yourself. All this is inclusive. So we have a comprehensive team to help our patients get back to that some sense of normalcy, be as independent as possible, and get back to the home setting where things don't end when you leave the inpatient rehab. That's just the first stepping stone in the recovery. There's a long continuum of recovery after an injury like this. Inpatient rehab is the first step, with the second phase usually involving some kind of home health and home therapies to kind of bridge the gap until the person is ready to go out into the community and get into the outpatient gyms, which is where we tend to see more of our long-term gains. Given the fact that the pandemic is amongst us, these outpatient therapy gyms have been limited, and some have reopened recently, but now they may close up again with the recent shutdown of government. So we're doing our best to help patients navigate through this. And that's where having a good, strong, fit medical team is to your benefit. Like Dr. Cotton said, we're not here to tell you what to do. We're here to work with you, to advocate for you, to use our expertise and our knowledge to help guide you through this difficult time when you've had some kind of devastating injury. In the inpatient setting, you have a team of therapists, case managers, nurses, psychologists, in addition to the physician helping you get through this. But when you get outside into the community, things can be a little different. That structure is not the same as it was on the inpatient side. And a lot of times it falls upon the patients to be able to navigate the system, and getting family involved early is crucial, because you're not going to remember everything. It's like drinking from a fire hose. You're going to learn a lot. You're going to hear a lot from physicians and therapists and people telling you things, and it's not always going to be easy to remember all this. They should be repeating this information frequently so that you can absorb little bits at a time, but having someone with you that can hear, understand, and help work with you and remind you and kind of support you in this journey is going to be important. So I really think it's very important to, like Connell said, the squeaky wheel does get the grease. Advocate for yourself, because you're the best advocate out there. And if you're not getting what you need, make some noise, try and get the attention that you need, and really try and seek out the help of those that are experienced in that line of treatment that you need, whether it pertains to spinal cord injury, brain injury, limb loss, etc. And just because this is Angel City and I need to give sports a plug, I will say that some of my most successful recovery or rehab patients are the ones that get back into sports, either resuming the activities that they love. Sometimes it's these activities that cause these injuries in the first place. It's a great barrier to overcome when you do get back into sports. And it's a way to help you achieve your goals and achieve not only physical, but emotional and mental well-being. We've had patients that have gotten back into mountain biking and running marathons, and it's really the greatest. Exercise is the greatest medicine out there, and I can't be a strong enough advocate for it.
Okay, so we actually have a question from Gabe. This question is for Conal. What insurance companies are your favorite that actually takes care of people with disabilities?
Ooh.
So I typed out a short answer to that. So, you know, they're all really tough. I mean, they're all, you know, they're not that well staffed, a lot of them. The doctors that they hire to review the claims are not the best. I remember taking a deposition of a PM&R doctor for United Healthcare, and usually when I first started that position, I'll ask them like, well, have you ever been sued before? For the first 5 minutes of the deposition, I had revealed that she had killed 3 people. She had been sued for wrongful death 3 different times and paid out on those claims. So, you know, another example is United Healthcare. Again, the guy that was doing the prosthetics policy and training all the doctors is a guy who had no training experience, background, or education in prosthetics or medicine whatsoever. He was literally a high school dropout. He had a GED, and he had a certificate from like a mail-in company where you can sell like wheelchairs. So these major insurance companies are bad. Not every claim is treated unfairly. I mean, some of these claims are processed correctly, but they're trying to save money. People think that, you know, that's okay, but it's not, because they actually have an obligation to look for reasons under the law, an obligation to look for reasons to find coverage, not deny coverage. And they typically do the opposite. I have found that there is a difference, although they all tend to do different things. They all have different schemes, it seems like, on how to deny claims or delay claims, a lot of delay. But there's a few that are really difficult to deal with after they're easier. So for example, Anthem, I have Anthem myself. Anthem's going to deny a lot of claims. I've sued Anthem at least 10 to 15 times for denied prosthetic limbs, although they paid a ton of money afterward. They tend to, once they've been caught, reasonably evaluate the case, try to resolve it, try to make it right. At least with me, I have a long-term track record with them, and they will settle cases. They'll get things paid. United Healthcare is the opposite. Blue Shield's the opposite. They don't really come to the table. I mean, United Healthcare is a situation where I litigated this nationwide class action for 2 years. It settled on the eve of trial, where we had the pretrial conference with the judge the week before, where the judges reamed them out and said, why hasn't this case settled? I don't understand why you haven't settled this case. It's been going on for 2 years. This is so obvious what you're doing is wrong. And then they settled the case because the judge basically said, I want you to go to mediation, settle this case. Otherwise, basically, you know, I'm going to take you to the woodshed at trial, because it was a bench trial. It was a judge trial. He was going to kill him. So, you know, these insurance companies, they don't like to pay claims before litigation. They don't necessarily pay them afterward. None of them are great. So I guess, it also depends on, like, state by state. It's a little different. It depends on the plan language that you have, depends on the claim you're going to make. And it really, so you got to sort of look at the language, like I said, of every plan. I know that was a long-winded answer, but it's a tough question to answer. I'd be interested to know what the docs think about this.
Well, I don't work with any insurance in my practice, but But my experience with insurance is such that I think most insurance companies, and quite frankly, most doctors, unfortunately, are not very familiar with people with disabilities and the needs they have and their goals. I think, unfortunately, too many doctors look at individuals with disabilities and they end up clumping them into a category of amputee, cerebral palsy, brain injury, and doctors don't have all that experience. So it's not only the insurance companies, it's sometimes doctors don't have all the tools to help you. So spell it out. I cannot insist more on how important it is for you to explain to physicians what your dreams are, what your goals are, what you want to do. And if you're sharing that and you're passionate about it and you're organized and you really let the team of clinicians that are there to help you know what's going on, we'll do our best to try advocate. No matter how bad the insurance is, we'll do our best. So that's my answer to the insurance question.
And I'll just give my 2 cents worth as well. I deal with a lot of insurance companies from the back end, trying to navigate around denials. And as we had mentioned in the past session, physicians have the power to at least request a peer-to-peer discussion with another physician, usually called a medical director at the insurance company. And this is going to vary from time to time, but I could say, for instance, United Healthcare had a physiatrist up until very recently in their medical director. So it was really easy to navigate their system. I would get on the phone with her, explain the situation, and if it was reasonable, they grant, and it was someone I could speak to. And usually I can ask to try and speak to a specialist that's in my same field. Oftentimes I get a no because they don't have a specialist on their panel. So it's really going to depend. But currently, I'd say in the last year or so, I've had the best success with United Healthcare and Anthem Blue Cross. Additionally, it's really important to try and get the best coverage you can. Like Connell mentioned earlier, it really does make a difference. HMOs are going to be trying to conserve resources and be stewards of the resources that they have. Whereas with PPOs, you have a little bit more freedom to see practitioners outside of your network, and you might have a little bit more luck getting the right care that you need. Some of the covered California plans can be challenging to navigate. These are generally kind of more stripped down policies to make it affordable. And can present its own challenges. So there's no right answer here. And there's no way to kind of know ahead of time. And unfortunately, sometimes it is kind of luck of the draw as far as who you get on the other end of the phone and how willing they are to accept your viewpoint.
Hey, Ryan. Hey, Ryan, I've got a rhetorical question for you. Why don't you take insurance?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough having constraints. So that's
no, I wouldn't either. I understand. Hey, Kris, was the UHC doc, was that Dr. Browning or Dr. Tran?
No, it was Joseph at the time. This was in the last. I think she left a little while ago. But I have worked with Dr. Tran as well.
Yeah.
So we have another question from Gabe. Can some of the doctors share some powerful experiences and stories from patients that you've worked with? You want to start, Dr. Cotton or Dr. Badal?
Sure. Gosh, some of the most powerful stories I have are patients that actually did get involved in sports, because it's just exciting and it's magic. I had a young guy that was involved in a skating accident, severe spinal cord injury, paralyzed from the legs down, who had a mother that pushed and wouldn't let him give up, and he bikes. I remember a few years ago he biked from Washington D.C. to New York with his arms. That was a pretty amazing guy. I've had a 21-year-old that was born with cerebral palsy. I get the chills even when I think of it. She had traveled all around the world to get care, but she had everyone helping her and doing things for her. So she was a princess, and everyone in their family did everything to help her. So she wasn't forced to do things herself. And at the age of 21, after having been born with cerebral palsy, she learned to go to the bathroom by herself, to brush her teeth by herself, to walk by herself, to climb, and then to engage in sports. And that was just because it took her arms were tight like this. We started with Botox, gradually opened up her arms and stopped doing things for her. Once her supportive team said, you know what, gosh, we're not gonna do this for you, and gave her a chance to try to do things, the world opened up. And now I chat with her on over Zoom every few months just to check in. So the sky's the limit if you try.
Yeah. Two stories come to mind for me. One sports related, one not sports related. Sports related, there was a young female who was in a competitive dancing and was doing a somersault type of maneuver and landed on her neck essentially, and she was a cervical injury. She was incomplete, but she pretty much lost the use of her legs and maintained good use of her arms. So she was unable to pursue her passions again in dancing, and she was navigating through high school and somehow landed across the track team and created a track position for herself using a wheelchair without any help, and essentially developed through this and is now on track to being on the US Paralympic team for track and field. Amazing young girl who kind of found her way through sports and went out of this phase of depression because she couldn't do what she loved, but another door opened and she became greatly successful. She's in college now and like I said, on track for joining Team USA in the next Paralympics. I think she was supposed to be she's supposed to be in the upcoming Summer Games. And then I have another patient who, another person that had a spinal cord injury resulting from a snowboarding injury, and he took lemons and turned them into lemonade, and he started one of the largest nonprofit organizations in Southern California to help those with spinal cord injury. It's his life calling, and he does a wonderful job. And it just shows that just because you've had this devastating injury occur doesn't mean you don't have quality of life and you can't excel or even start to do things that you didn't think were possible before.